Everybody, it's 9 o'clock. We will be giving our public comment session. We have two people on the agenda like we had last night, so I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. But anyway, good morning, everyone. I am Rob Bizzle, Chairman of the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission, and would like to welcome you to our public comment session, where you have a unique opportunity to, on the record, give comments in regards to the Marine Fishery Commission's management of the state's public trust estuarine and marine resources. I ask you limit your comments to 3 minutes. You will be reminded when you have approximately 30 seconds left. Please state if you represent any group. If you addressed the commission last night, you will not be allowed to do so at this time. Remember, this is a time to share a concern or gather information, not to be confrontational. So first up, we have Glenn Skinner, followed by Matthew Wallen.
Glenn Skinner, Executive Director, North Carolina Fisheries Association. Want to welcome our new and returning commissioners. Hope y'all have a good long stay. Hope this meeting isn't too tough. Came here today to talk about something that I've been bringing up to this commission for several years, been talking to division staff about, and want to introduce you to our little buddy here. This is a soft rubber plastic lure. The interesting thing about this is that it is really close, about a ½ inch shy of the average size that has been applied to recreational dead discards in this state. It's impossible. Can't be. This was used to calculate recreational dead discards for every year to stock assessment from 89 through 2017. It's currently being used to tell y'all how we've done, what reduction we've achieved. In February, the division came back and said that the recreational sector had a 51,000 and some odd 100-pound overage last year. In reality, that's probably a 300 to 500,000 pound average with what they're catching. They apply a 2.3 pound discard rate to the gig fishery. I've checked with staff. That is what they say a fish that is just sublegal under that 15-inch size limit. So we know recreational anglers are throwing away fish that are 2.3 pounds even when the season's open for 1 month. We know the other 11 months of the year they are throwing away fish that exceed 2.3 pounds. There is no way this can be accurate. This is a get-out-of-jail-free card. My fear is it's going to stop us from meeting our thresholds to end overfishing. We need to find an accurate number to fill this data gap. That's all it was. It was a data gap. In order to convert the number from numbers of fish to pounds, they had to find a number, and this came from a South Carolina tagging study. I don't know what they catch in South Carolina. I've fished here recreationally all my life. I may have caught a couple this small, but I have never had anything near an average of this small. I'm asking you all to talk with division staff, see if there's data to find the number. If there is not, you need to strongly reconsider this 50-50 allocation until we recover this stock. That 50-50 allocation with this kind of uncertainty in the data is dangerous. You have to address it. I've also looked at the harvest landings. The harvest landings and recreational have changed in every iteration of this FMP. I've got the numbers right here. I've showed them to some of you. I'll show them to anybody who has a question due to the change in methodology. That is another high degree of uncertainty in the recreational sector. And I'm asking y'all just to do the right thing. 50-50 is fine when you start recovering this stock, or if you can find an accurate number here. But if not, you need to talk about this with division staff and figure out how we're going to do the responsible thing in this state. So thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Wallen.
Good morning. Thank you all for what you do, and I hope one of these days I'll be able to come here with a positive comment. Right now, I'm just going to have to read this off my phone, but southern flounder, overfished, striped bass, overfished, striped mullet, overfished, weak fish, overfished, American shad, depleted, river herring, collapsed, speckled trout, overfishing occurring, Spot and croaker, unknown because DMF won't address the millions of pounds of bycatch killed in the shrimp trawl industry each year. Based on that report card, it seems to me that the state of North Carolina has failed in their duty to ensure sustainable marine and estuarine fisheries and habitats for the benefit and health of the people of North Carolina. All of you on the Marine Fisheries Commission have a responsibility to uphold that duty. It's time that you all make decisions to promote a sustainable, abundant fishery and vote with regards to what's best for the resource instead of how many fish can we continue to harvest without totally collapsing a fishery. The good old days are long gone. We can't continue to manage a fishery based on the Act from 1997, especially with an F on the report card over a 26-year period of failed fisheries management policies. We are 26 years past due for the state to pass new fisheries reform legislation to curb the declines in our fish stocks. For our fisheries to be truly sustainable into the future, you all must act now. It's time to look into adaptive management and conservation measures that will allow our fisheries to grow much past our time here, leaving the next generation an improved fishery and the ability to enjoy our coastal resources as we all in this room once have. I would like to ask a few questions that hopefully will be answered in the near future. One of those is, how does Marine Fisheries plan to enforce the new Wildlife Resource Commission flounder season that's going to start September 1st with a 4-fish bag limit? And why was there no collaboration between the two agencies? Also, how will this affect our southern flounder quota moving into next year? And will DMF incorporate the findings from NOAA about the discrepancies in the new in the data of the new MRIP system? And how will this be taken into consideration in future fisheries management plans? Thank you.
Thank you. Has everybody had a chance to address the commission that cares to? If so, our public comment session has ended. We have some new commissioners that we need to swear in. It's that time of year. So Hope, if you'd come up and let's get them sworn in.
Which are or may be established for the government thereof, and that I will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will well and truly execute the duties of my office as a member of the Marine Fisheries Commission according to the best of my skill and ability, according to law, so help me God. Congratulations. If y'all could just step over here. If y'all could just step over here, we'll have you sign some paperwork.
Turn this damn thing off. I thought I had it off. Come on. There. Okay, what's next up? Thank you all for agreeing to serve and for the reappointments also. I'd like to give just a few minutes before we go any further, just to let you introduce yourself and tell a little bit about yourself. Ryan, we'll start with you.
Hey, everybody. My name is Ryan Bethay. I own a oyster farm and seafood distribution company called Oysters Carolina. I'm a proud North Carolinian, and I'm really honored to serve. Thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you for serving. And Sammy's a recycle, but Sammy, would you tell us a little bit about you?
Okay, my name's Sammy Corbett. I've been commercial fishing for 54 years and was chairman of the commission for 6 years and have done everything. I had the first grouper boats at Wrightsville Beach, and I sink net now, I crab, roe mullet fish, and pretty much it. Get about 300, 310 trip tickets a year, so I stay on the water a lot.
Right. Thank you for serving too, Sammy. Now, I'd like to call this August meeting of the Marine Fisheries Commission business meeting to order. Would everybody please stand with me and have a moment of silence where we ask our higher power for guidance this week and any special needs? Amen. You all would join with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is up here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank y'all. Laura, have we gotten everything done with ethics and all at this point that we need to?
Yes, Chairman. Would
Thank
you like
you.
me to read it?
Thank you very much for that. Need to remind my fellow commissioners about the potential of a conflict of interest. Okay, Counselor over here keeping me straight. Laura, would you read into the record that we have all passed the ethics evaluation?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. The Commission is required by the North Carolina State Ethics Commission to review the evaluation of the Statement of Economic Interest for new commissioners. At this time, I will read into the record the evaluation of the Statement of Economic Interest conducted by that commission for Ryan Bethay and Sammy Corbett as prospective appointees to the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission. The State Ethics Commission received the 2023 Statement of Economic Interest for Mr. Bethay and Mr. Corbett as prospective appointees to the North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission. They have reviewed them for actual and potential conflicts of interest pursuant to Chapter 138A of the North Carolina General Statutes, also known as the State Government Ethics Act. For Mr. Bethay, they did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Bethay would fill the role of a member who is an active or recently retired commercial fisherman from the coastal region. He owns Oysters Carolina, LLC, and is a board member of the North Carolina Coastal Federation. As such, Mr. Bethay has the potential for a conflict of interest and should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties, should issues involving his entities come before the Commission for official action. For Mr. Corbett, they did not find an actual conflict of interest, but found the potential for a conflict of interest. The potential conflict identified does not prohibit service on this entity. Mr. Corbett would fill the role of a member who is actively engaged in or recently retired from commercial fishing as demonstrated by currently or recently deriving at least 50% of annual earned income from taking and selling fishery resources in coastal fishing waters of the state. he disclosed that he is a self-employed commercial fisherman. Because he would serve on the authority for members of his own profession, he has the potential for a conflict of interest. Accordingly, Mr. Corbett should exercise appropriate caution in the performance of his public duties should issues involving himself or his fishing business come before the commission for official action. The evaluation of statement of economic interest for each appointee to the commission is kept on record at the Division of Marine Fisheries. And that completes my report, Chairman.
Great. Thank you, Laura. Need to remind my fellow commissioners about potential of conflict of interest. North Carolina General Statute 138A-15E mandates at the beginning of any meeting of a board, the chair shall remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest under Chapter 138. The chair also shall inquire as to whether there is any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board at that time. Is any of my fellow commissioners aware of any conflict of interest that they would have in conducting businesses these next 2 days? If not, great. I'd like to also refer to y'all for your own edification, North Carolina General Statute 143B 289.54G2, which goes a little bit further into detail on things. Okay, we are now ready for our roll call. Laura, will you conduct our roll call, please?
Yes, Chairman. Commissioner Corbett? Thank you. Commissioner Bethea?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Gardner? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Huggins?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller?
Here.
And Chairman Bizzle.
Here. We have a quorum. We may conduct business. We're very fortunate today to have a special guest, Secretary of DEQ, Elizabeth Beiser, who'd like to come up and address us for a minute. So, Madam Secretary, we're very glad you could make it today and be part of our deliberations.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Commission members. I'm glad to be here with you today, and welcome to Raleigh. I know that it's been a while since you've been able to have a meeting here. My understanding is pre-pandemic. I think August of 2019 was the last time this body met in Raleigh, so we're glad that you're here, and I'm certainly glad to have a chance to talk with all of you this morning. Congratulations also to the newly appointed members. Looking forward to your service and appreciate the time and effort that you're putting into this body along with all of the returning members. I was listening to as you took those oath of offices a few minutes ago and was just reminded of the gravity of the work that you all have in front of you and the importance of it. And so, it made me reflect on, the resources that we have in the state. North Carolina has an incredible marine fisheries resource, more than 4,000 miles of coastal shoreline, 2.5 million acres of marine and estuarine waters, including the Albemarle-Pamlico estuary system, which is the second largest estuary system in the entire country. What a great resource that we have. We're also geographically located so that we are the southernmost migratory range for many northern species and the northernmost range for many southern species, which means that our work and your oath for service on this commission are that monumental responsibility. Many of our fish species are showing the impact of pollution and habitat loss, overfishing, climate change, and even competition with invasive species. And it's incumbent upon you to set management policies to protect and restore these fisheries for the benefit of all North Carolinians. And that is not an easy task. As you take up this duty, I challenge you to consider all sides of each issue and do what is best for our marine resources and what is best for the people of North Carolina, relying on the science. I know that there can be starkly different opinions on what that might be, but you have an excellent partner in DEQ and in our Division of Marine Fisheries. Our division team provides science-based recommendations to the Commission on a variety of issues, and DMF is recognized as one of the leading fishery management agencies in the entire country. If you had a chance to attend the Bicentennial Jamboree this summer, you may have heard Deputy Secretary Bill Lane list off some of the division's accomplishments. And I'm going to list them again because I think it's important to highlight the impact that Division of Marine Fisheries has every day. The division has more than 30 unique biological and habitat sampling programs to monitor the abundance and health of the marine and estuarine fisheries. Many of our longtime surveys date back to the 1950s and are also used by regional and federal environmental agencies to monitor and forecast fishery populations and climate change. The division is one of the few in the country with the capability to do its own stock assessments for state-managed fish. I think that's very impressive. The division's artificial reef program is one of the largest and most successful reef programs in the country with 70 reefs covering more than 10,000 acres. Our state is also a leader among all other Atlantic and Gulf Coast states in oyster restoration efforts. And let's not forget that the Division of Marine Fisheries is a key part of the development and implementation of DEQ's Coastal Habitat Protection Plan. I may be biased, but I think our team is doing a fantastic job. So as you face the many fisheries issues that will come before you, I urge you to follow the science, consult our staff, and know that we're here as a resource. You can even ride along, I understand, as they gather the data that they're going to use to inform your decisions. They are here as a resource both to you and to all the people of our state. And I know that our team at DMF has this full support of the leadership team here in Raleigh. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, and thank you for all of you for your service on the commission. And I hope you have a productive meeting today.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Those were wonderful words, very inspiring words, and you're welcome to come to any of our meetings anytime. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, before all of you, we have an agenda which has been modified a time or two. Chair would entertain a motion to accept the agenda as written.
So moved.
So Commissioner
Second.
Roller, and second by who?
Rader.
Commissioner Rader. Any further discussions on our agenda? If not, I need to do a roll call. Well, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes without dissension. Also, you should have received minutes from our last meeting. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections that need to be made to these minutes? If not, I'd like to have a motion to accept the minutes as printed.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Rader and Commissioner Huggins. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes without dissension. Moving on into the chairman's report, there's several letters and comments that are in your briefing materials that I'll just let you refer to at your leisure, along with the ethics training and statement of economic interest reminder, our 2023 meeting schedule, 2024 proposed meeting schedule. And at this meeting, our first of the fiscal year, we always elect a vice chairman. So I'll open the floor up for nominations for vice chair. Commissioner Roller.
I would like to nominate Commissioner Sammy Corbett for vice chair.
Okay. Motion for Sammy Corbett. Is there any other nominations?
I would nominate Mike Blanton.
Mike Blanton's been nominated. Any further nominations? Okay, if not, the nominations are closed. Okay, we'll just do a regular raise your hand on this issue. All in favor of Sammy Corbett to be vice chairman, please raise your hand. Okay. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. All in favor of Commissioner Blanton, raise your hand. One for Blanton, and I think 2 abstentions. Is that correct? So, Commissioner Corbett, you are our new vice chairman. What goes around comes around. Hate to ask you this, but can you 2 switch seats, Commissioner Huggins? Yeah. So, Sammy?
know I could get penalized and had to sit.
You're gonna have to have some.
Not sure if that's a penalty for you or a penalty for Tom.
For Tom.
How about
That's
for
what I
me?
meant. That's what I meant.
Congratulations.
I meant it was a penalty for Tom.
Okay, we had a advisory committee workshop, which was well-attended, and I think a lot of things were benefited from that. Laura, would you care to give us an overview of that, please?
Yes, thank you. So thank you, Chairman Bizzle, for this opportunity, and Commissioners, to update you on the 2023 Joint Marine Fisheries Commission Advisory Committee's workshop. That is a mouthful. So this was held earlier this summer on July 10th at the North Carolina Aquarium at Pine Knoll Shores. And we had approximately 60 participants, including Chairman Bizzle, who gave opening remarks. Secretary Beiser also came and gave closing remarks. The division staff participated in the discussions and documented the conversations at the tables. Commissioner Gardner actually attended and participated in the discussions with the advisors from all 5 of the regional and standing advisory committees. So this full-day workshop was developed using feedback that we had received from advisors during their regular quarterly meetings. Over the past couple of years, we've received requests from various advisors for an opportunity to speak to each other outside of the decision-making setting, more opportunities to speak directly to division staff, and also the opportunity to learn about topics relevant to fisheries management, but which aren't generally covered in these meetings. Specifically, they requested topics such as background on the Fisheries Reform Act, how fishery management plans are developed, how data are collected and used, and how stock assessments are conducted. So these are topics that are that are very relevant in terms of fisheries management recommendations that the advisory committees make, but they're rarely covered as standalone topics in those meetings. So with these requests in mind, the workshop was a mix of presentations from senior staff from the division, and that was followed by facilitated small group discussions between the different participants. And while we didn't cover all of the advisors' requests, we did present on 2 of them. First, I gave an overview of the history of fisheries management in the state, including the development of the Fisheries Reform Act. And since we're currently celebrating our 200 years of fisheries management in North Carolina, this was especially relevant topic and was a great opportunity to review where we came from and also look forward to the future to see where we're going. The second presentation was given by the Fisheries Management Section Chief, Steve Poland, along with the Habitat and Enhancement Section Chief, Jacob Boyd. And they reviewed how the division develops and implements fishery management plans, including the coordination that occurs with the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan and the other 2 DEQ commissions who jointly adopt that plan with you. The presentation also highlighted the interplay between the division and the Marine Fisheries Commission in the development and adoption of these plans. And for the commissioners who had orientation yesterday, we went through these sort of long processes that are in interplay between the 2 agencies. So each of these presentations was followed by small group discussions and provided an opportunity for advisors and division staff to discuss the current processes. The participants also discussed ideas for process improvements, such as how information is communicated by the division to the commission and the committees, and to follow up communication once a recommendation is provided to the Marine Fisheries Commission. During the small group discussions, we captured many of the ideas and suggestions that were provided by the advisors and are currently working on compiling those into a workshop report, which we will expect to be available at your February 2024 meeting. The discussions were really productive and have provided my office, the Marine Fisheries Commission office, and division staff on the whole with a lot of good feedback for how to improve that communication with those advisory committees and also with you, the commission. So in closing, I just want to say thank you to the Pine Knoll Shores Aquarium and their event staff for their help hosting that event. I also want to thank the division staff who took the time out of their really very busy schedules to participate in these discussions. And finally, I want to say thank you to the advisors who came and spent an entire Monday talking about fisheries with us. And so with that, that concludes my report.
Great. Thank you, Laura. Any questions, Laura, about our workshop? It's very well attended. I think there's probably at least 75, 80, maybe 90% of those that should have been there were there. So it was a well-done event, and I thank you for doing that. All right, jumping on into our director's report. Director Rawls, will you take it away, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. I'd like to start off by welcoming Commissioner Bethea. Welcome aboard. And also welcoming back Commissioner Corbett. I think I probably need to talk to Ms. Jan about your decision-making, but we'll do that at a later time. Y'all have a tough job. This entire commission has a tough job. And I just want you to know that we are here to help. We are in this together. Our staff is more than willing to help, as well as myself. And as Secretary Beiser said, we would love for you to come out in the field with us. Please take advantage of that. Contact us at any time if you would like to come out and experience our sampling that we do firsthand. And I would like to also, and Laura and I really like to do this, and I know Mr. Corbett has offered for us to go out with him. I'm going to take him up on that. And Ryan, we'd certainly like to come with you as well and see your operation when we get a chance to do either of those. And that offer is for, obviously, all commissioners. So thank you and welcome aboard. Just an update on the CCA lawsuit. The CCA filed suit against the state in late 2020 over fisheries management and the public trust doctrine. You received a copy of the decision from the Court of Appeals from this case during public comment last night. This case is still ongoing and currently in the discovery phase. Plaintiffs and the state are exchanging documents and written discovery responses, and a trial date has not yet been set. We will keep this commission up to date on anything as that moves forward. So I wanted to also update this commission on the Marine Recreational Information Program pilot study that most people are aware of. The NOAA Fisheries has recently presented key findings of a pilot study which they conducted to evaluate potential sources of bias in the Fishing Effort Survey, otherwise known as the FES questionnaire design. They have identified the order of the questions regarding the number of trips taken in the last 2 months and the number of trips taken in the last 12 months as a potential source of bias. Now, I think this specifically speaks to a survey is not just throw a bunch of questions together and put it out there. It's very important. So this is, I think, a critical piece of this. And specifically that the respondents might include trip information that are beyond the time interval stated in the question because of the way that the questions are ordered. Again, that just kind of blows my mind that that could be impactful, but I think that, again, speaks to the complexity of surveys. They're not as simple as they sound. The researchers suggest that this could lead to an overestimation of fishing effort, but that additional studies are needed to determine this. I think this is an important point. NOAA Fisheries plans on conducting a follow-up study in 2024 for a clear understanding of the differences in and subsequent implications for estimates in the future. It is also important to note that this is a pilot study that has identified potential sources of bias that MRIP wants to examine. This is only applicable to the Fishing Effort Survey, which is only used for estimating shore and private boat fishing effort, and therefore does not impact the for-hire sector. I would remind the commission and our stakeholders that MRIP methodology is still the best available science that we have, and this is an example of how the methods have and continue to be evaluated in a peer-reviewed manner. The way to better science is more science. So the best way to improve MRIP estimates is to continue participating in the Fishing Effort Survey and the APIS, which is the Access Point Angler Intercept Survey, dockside interviews. As a reminder, APIS is used to estimate catch rates, and it is not included in this pilot study. And the Fishing Effort Survey is used to estimate effort or fishing activity, and combined, these data are used to estimate total catch for private boat and shore fishing. Also, NOAA Fisheries has offered to meet individually with states to discuss these pilot study results, and DMF plans on scheduling a meeting with them to discuss that. We are following this closely, as is everyone on the East Coast, and we will update the Marine Fisheries Commission as we get information. I wanted to just update the commission on a Department of Health and Human Services fish consumption advisory that was actually issued back in July, I think. It's recommending limits on consumption of certain freshwater fish from the middle and lower Cape Fear River based on concerns about exposure to PFAS, which are often called forever chemicals because they don't break down in the environment. The recommendations are based on newly available data and new information from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Many states provide recommendations to limit or avoid eating certain fish due to PFAS. So I'm sure this is something we will be following as it develops as well. The Secretary mentioned the Jamboree, and I will mention it as well. On June the 10th, we had the Jamboree. We've talked about it with the Commission many times, and our headquarters transformed into a celebration of 200 years of fisheries management and conservation in North Carolina. It was part of an ongoing celebration of that we have been holding this year, and it commemorated the passage of the first statewide marine fisheries law in North Carolina. That was a long time ago. A great time was had by all. It was a great success, or at least I certainly think it was. And I want to thank all the division staff who came out on a Saturday to talk to the public about what we do and how we do it, as well as all of our partners that also came out and had displays there on our campus on June the 10th. I also would like to thank Neuse River Sports Shop. They sponsored the giveaway of a lifetime coastal recreational fishing license, which one lucky 3-year-old boy won, so he was very excited about that. This Jamboree would not have been possible without the hard work of our staff and the participation of our partners. So I want to really thank all of you. It was a great success in our view. It was a good day. So a little bit of information about our social media. Since your May 2023 meeting, the number of people following us has grown to over 2,700, a gain of about 1,200 followers. I don't think I'd call them fans. Followers is probably appropriate. Our posts have been seen by social media users over 262,000 times, and people have interacted with them through likes, comments, and shares about 37,000 times. Our engagement rate is roughly 14%, which is well above the industry average, so I think that's a good thing. The most popular post, unsurprisingly, is the post announcing the 2023 recreational flounder season. That one Facebook post alone was shared over 1,200 times, and this includes people sharing it directly on Facebook as well as sharing a link to our post. We will continue to use social media to share our information and about the services we provide, the data that we collect, our research. It's about the opportunities for the public to get involved with fisheries management in our state. There's so many of them, and we believe that social media is the best way for us to do that. Our goal is to make it easier for our stakeholders to learn about what we do. So hopefully our social media is helping us with that in certain ways. So moving on, since I mentioned the flounder season, I will remind the Marine Fisheries Commission that recreational flounder season in coastal fishing waters, which include joint fishing waters, will be September the 15th through September the 29th, with a 15-inch minimum size limit and a 1-fish bag limit. As you are aware, the Wildlife Resources Commission has recently passed rules for flounder in inland waters. This includes a September the 1 through September 14th season, 15-inch minimum size limit, and a 4-fish bag limit. Although the authority in inland waters is under the jurisdiction of the Wildlife Resources Commission, the rule does conflict with the requirements of Amendment 3 to the Flounder Fishery Management Plan, therefore causing confusion to the regulated public. And more importantly, because these regulations are a divergent from the current Marine Fisheries Commission regulations, which in contrast are based on data, sound science, and management, and in accordance with sustainable harvest requirements, which are outlined in state law, this impacts the Marine Fisheries Commission and the Division of Marine Fisheries' ability to meet the objectives of the FMP and the FRA. I had country ham for breakfast. It's killing me. In addition, the Wildlife Resources Commission now believes that they have sole authority over all hook and line fishing in joint waters, despite the fact that they have not exercised that authority since the joint rules were created decades ago. The Wildlife Resources Commission Executive Director did give me a courtesy call on Monday to let me know that they would be announcing this to the public and that he hoped we could be on the same page about this interpretation. Certainly not to his surprise, I let him know that we are absolutely not on the same page and that the Division of Marine Fisheries nor the Marine Fisheries Commission agree with this interpretation. I let him know, and I also want to let this commission know that the Division of Marine Fisheries will continue to implement and enforce the rules and regulations of the Marine Fisheries Commission as we always have. Our guidance from the governor's office back in late 2021 or 2022 was to readopt the joint rules that this commission has with the Wildlife Resources Commission as is. And the Division of Marine Fisheries has been operating as if as is also includes not only the rule text, but also the way the rules have been implemented and enforced for decades. It has become abundantly clear with the Wildlife Resources Commission's recent actions that their focus is on jurisdictional boundaries with a total disregard for the condition of the flounder stock. The Marine Fisheries Commission Counsel, Philip Reynolds, will be leading a discussion on joint rules on Friday, and I believe you will probably be circling back to this topic through that discussion on Friday. So I wanted to also talk about the commercial flounder seasons that were announced last week. The pound net management areas, the northern area will open September the 15th, and we will be opening with a 1,000-pound trip limit. The central area will open October the 1st with a 2,000-pound trip limit, and the southern area will open October the 1st with a 500-pound trip limit. The division is opening these pound net areas and fisheries with trip limits to maximize harvest and minimize the risk of exceeding the quota. We used this approach last year in both openings and during the season in certain areas, and this seemed to be an approach that was supported by most of the pound netters that we talked to. So we did have some support for this. The 2022 commercial pound net quota was exceeded, I believe, in the central and southern areas of the state. So we believe that opening with the trip limits is necessary to assure that we are managing within the quota, because that's our primary focus, to make sure we're trying to manage within the quota. For the mobile gear management areas, the northern area, and it's broken up into two areas, the northern and the southern areas. All mobile gears will open to harvest on October the 3rd. Harvest from gill nets will only be allowed Tuesday through Thursday each week until the flounder management area closes. This is being done to even the days allowed to fish across management units and to make sure we are in compliance with our ITP on our coverage and that we are adequately monitoring the quota as we try to account for a change in fishermen behavior from year to year and the potential for the availability of more fish and larger fish. We will be issuing proclamations in the coming weeks. We have not issued proclamations on either the commercial nor the recreational, but we will be doing that soon. We have issued news releases on both. So I want to talk a little bit about some successes that we've had relative to our vacancies. At the time of your last meeting, the division had 35 vacancies, the second highest number of vacancies in the past decade. 15 of those positions have been filled, and 6 of them in law enforcement. Half of those positions filled in law enforcement were through the division's new initiative of sponsoring individuals through the basic law enforcement training, the BLET, with the skill set and interest in Marine Patrol. The Colonel has talked about this a little bit in some of his Marine Patrol updates. Once these new officers are sworn in, then they go through the field training process with the division and the Marine Patrol, which lasts for 19 weeks before being fully recommended for duty. The initiative to allow the division to sponsor individuals through the BLET was a collaborative effort with Marine Patrol, our Division of Human Resources, and the Office of State Human Resources. The division has one successful officer so far and expects the recent 3 hired will also become Marine Patrol officers. The division continues to look for innovative ways to reach qualified applicants across all of our vacancies in these challenging employment times. And I just want to let the commission know that we are seeing hiring issues, and any of you that own businesses, you know that these are unlike any issues that we've ever seen before in this, not just this state, but this country. We have retention issues, we still have salary issues, and we have tried to address some of those. The department has been very supportive of that. But our lack of resources is taking a toll on this division, and it does impact the work that we are able to do. We are planning to give you a DMF overview and talk specifically about some of these challenges that we are facing and some of the impacts at your November meeting. So Deputy Director Leffler will be doing that. So we will be talking about that a little bit more in November. So you may have noticed from the agenda, I have added some additional section updates to this part of my director's report. I hope this will make a more complete report that keeps this commission up to date on activities throughout the sections at the division and not just FMP-related items, which is really mostly what this commission hears about and talks about. So we're trying to keep you updated on all the rest of the things that are going on at DMF, and it's quite a bit. So you may be hearing less from me and more from our program section chiefs, which is probably a good thing. So I'm going to start off with bringing Chris Bat-Savage, who is our Special Assistant for Council.
A question, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sorry.
Is that okay? Thank you. Madam Director, it seems to me that the problem that Wildlife Resources Commission's interpretation in joint waters presents is actually more serious than you suggest, because it seems to me to be a threat to the fulfillment of Fishery Management Plan objectives and Marine Fisheries Reform Act obligations in North Carolina, but also the obligation of the state of North Carolina to implement regional management, including with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. And just, I'm just a poor scientist, but my understanding is that under the authorizing legislation for the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, that the Secretary of the Department of Commerce actually has the authority to prohibit fishing for interstate managed species with which states are deemed to be out of compliance. And therefore, the threat would be to North Carolina no longer being compliant with our duties under the ASMFC authorizing legislation. And so it seems to me that that's a more fundamental threat to the efficacy of North Carolina's fisheries management than I think anybody I've heard talked about. And the question is, are they, well, first of all, is that correct? I think it is. But second of all, are they aware of the threat to all fishing in North Carolina that they are presenting by threatening our performance under our interstate management obligations?
So thank you for those comments, Commissioner Rader. And they should be aware we've provided extensive comments during their rulemaking cycle where they were developing rules for inland fishing waters that were relative to the species that we manage in joint and coastal waters. So yes, we had those types of comments as well, and we have had those discussions. So they absolutely should be aware, and you're absolutely correct. It is a broad issue with a lot of complex pieces. It's not as simple as it sounds, for
And
sure.
particularly, that's a very powerful and heavy, and in some ways ham-handed hammer, where the Secretary can make that determination unilaterally of failure to comply, which seems to me to be a real vital threat to the overall system.
Yes, I totally agree.
We have a lot of concern.
Thank you.
We have a lot of concern over this, and tomorrow we'll go into more detail on it.
So, you ready, Mr. Chairman? Okay, thank you. So I want to, here he is, bring up Chris Bat-Savage, who is the Special Assistant for Councils for the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, as well as the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council. Chris represents, he is my proxy at these boards and councils, and he represents the state of North Carolina. Chris?
It's already on. Thanks, Kat. Good morning, everyone, and welcome the new and reappointed commissioners. I'll I'll have to give an introduction. Kat gave it for me. So yeah, I'm Chris Pat Savage, cover Mid-Atlantic Council at ASMFC. In your briefing materials, you'll see meeting summaries from the June Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council
Chris,
meeting.
I want to interrupt Chris just 1 second, Mr. Chairman, just to say that, Chris, this looks real simple right here. This is a huge responsibility that this young man takes on, and he does a great job of representing this state and this division at the ASMFC and the Mid-Atlantic. He's got a full plate, and if you ever have any questions about the management of these resources, he is the guy to see. So, Chris, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yes, he does, and thank you for your work.
Next, no problem at all. So in the briefing materials are the meeting summaries from the June Mid-Atlantic Council meeting, as well as the ASMFC summer meeting that was held back in August. I'll start with ASMFC, and as usual, just hit the highlights from those meetings. And as usual, I'll start off with striped bass. The Striped Bass Management Board extended the current emergency action through October 28th, 2024, or until implementation of Addendum 2 to Amendment 7 of the Striped Bass FMP. Back in May, the board approved a 31-inch maximum size limit for the 2023 recreational fishery to reduce the harvest of the relatively strong 2015 year class. The 31-inch maximum size limit applies to all existing recreational fishing regulations where a higher or no maximum size limit applies. However, this excludes the May Chesapeake Bay trophy fisheries, which already prohibit harvest for fish less than 35 inches. All bag limit seasons and gear restrictions remain the same, and every state and jurisdiction were able to implement these measures by the July 2nd deadline. Now, for North Carolina, the maximum size limit only applies to the recreational fishery in ocean waters. The emergency action responds to the very high 2022 coastwide recreational harvest, which was nearly double of that in 2021, and new stock rebuilding projections, which estimate the probability of spawning stock rebuilding to its biomass target by 2029 drops from 97% under the lower fishing mortality rate that we saw in 2021 to 15% if the higher 2022 fishing mortality rate continues each year. The board then reviewed draft Addendum 2, which provides or proposes management options for the ocean recreational fishery, including modifications to the slot limit with harvest season closures as a secondary non-preferred option. The addendum also proposes options for the Chesapeake Bay recreational fisheries as well as the commercial fisheries, including maximum size limits. The board made changes to the draft addendum's options and sought additional analyses on the impacts of those revised options to rebuilding the stock. The board will review a revised draft addendum and consider its approval for public comment in October at the ASMFC annual meeting. If approved, the document will be made available for public comment, and the states and jurisdictions will conduct public hearings to solicit public comment throughout the fall and early winter. It's anticipated that the board will then consider public comment and take final action at the January winter meeting of ASMFC. I just want to note, though, that implementation of the addendum's management actions will likely be different for the recreational and commercial fisheries. Recreational management measures can be in place in early 2024, but commercial management measures might not be fully in place until 2025, depending on the state and the management measures that are chosen. Okay, next up is cobia. The Coastal Pelagics Management Board, which manages cobia and Spanish mackerel in state waters, approved a total harvest quota for the Atlantic migratory group of cobia of 80,112 fish for the 2024 through 2026 fishing seasons. Just for a little bit of background, the Atlantic migratory group of cobia ranges from Georgia to southern New England. It does not include cobia found along the east coast of Florida. The total quota results in a coastwide recreational quota of just short of 77,000 fish and a commercial quota of just above 73,000 pounds. And this is the same overall quota that's been in place since 2020. The quota approved by the board was based on the fact there's no new stock assessment information available and also how recent landings compare to this quota. However, a new stock assessment for cobia is scheduled in 2025 with the potential to inform 2026 or later total harvest quotas. The board then received a presentation on the current state recreational allocations for cobia and potential timelines for reviewing these allocations. Recreational harvest targets are assigned on a state-by-state basis to the non-de minimis states, with 1% of the recreational quota set aside for the de minimis states. States that qualified for de minimis status are seeing larger recreational cobia harvests, and this is expected to continue as cobia expand their range north. The board identified 2025 as the implementation timeline for reviewing and possibly revising allocations and directed the cobia technical committee to characterize the state and regional harvest trends to inform future allocation options for review at either ASMFC's annual meeting or its winter meeting. And any changes to recreational allocations will require an addendum to the FMP. The final thing on cobia is the board considered the need for ongoing changes to the state recreational cobia regulations, given the timing of the potential new addendum and the upcoming stock assessment in 2025. Due to the total harvest, or the harvest quota being set for cobia this year, the technical committee will need to review the state landings against the soft harvest targets and recommend changes to state measures for the board's consideration at their annual meeting. To inform that discussion, the board tasked the technical committee with reviewing the impact status quo measures would have on the fishery, in addition to recommending changes to recreational management measures. Okay, next I'll cover Spanish mackerel. The Coastal Pelagics Board received updates on the 2022 stock assessment for Spanish mackerel and the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council's plans for upcoming Spanish and king mackerel port meetings. The Spanish mackerel stock assessment found the stock is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. Trish Murphy will provide more detail in her report, but the South Atlantic Council is moving forward with a management action that adopts the catch limits from the stock assessment, but held off on initiating a comprehensive amendment to the Spanish mackerel FMP until completion of the port meetings in 2024. The board also discussed the differences between ASMFC and the federal FMPs and supported their previous decision to hold off on potential management action for state waters until the South Atlantic Council initiates a plan amendment for federal waters. In the meantime, the board tasked the newly formed Spanish Mackerel Technical Committee to develop a paper that characterizes the recreational and commercial fisheries along the Atlantic coast. Outcomes of the port meetings and the technical committee paper will inform board action in the future. Okay, I'll finish up with one item from the Mid-Atlantic Council meeting in June, and that's on monkfish and dogfish joint framework to reduce bycatch of Atlantic sturgeon. The Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council and New England Council initiated a joint management action to reduce Atlantic sturgeon bycatch in the spiny dogfish and monkfish fisheries. Just for some management background, the Mid-Atlantic Council and New England Council jointly manage spiny dogfish and monkfish in federal waters, while ASMFC manages spiny dogfish in state waters. The management action is in response to the 2021 biological opinion that determined that sturgeon bycatch in federally managed large mesh gillnet fisheries was too high. And the bycatch areas of concern were off southern New England, New Jersey, Maryland, and Virginia. At the June Mid-Atlantic Council meeting, the council reviewed the recommendations on the range of alternatives to be considered to reduce Atlantic sturgeon bycatch. However, during the meeting, the National Marine Fisheries Services Northeast or GARFO Regional Administrator shared a previously unknown finding that the amount of sturgeon bycatch caught in the gillnet fishery during the most recent 5-year period has exceeded the allowed levels under the Endangered Species Act. This overage triggers a new biological opinion that will address sturgeon bycatch in gillnet fisheries. The new biological opinion will be developed alongside this action. However, the outcomes and timeline are unknown, and the council will still be held to the timeline of the previous biological opinion. That means having final action ready in 2024. ASMFC's Spiny Dogfish Management Board received an update on this at their August meeting, and the board plans to review the final action by the councils and consider complementary action for state waters at their spring meeting next May. And just before I conclude, I'll just make another plug for the ASMFC annual meeting. This year it will be held in Beaufort at the Beaufort Hotel, August 16th through 19th. That's about as close as they'll get to an ASMFC meeting, whereas most of them are held in other states or in Arlington, Virginia. So anyone who's interested in kind of seeing how ASMFC works, I welcome them to stop by and see, attend some of the board meetings or listen online. Or if you have any other questions about this logistics behind that, definitely feel free to reach out to me. And that concludes my report, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Come by and see how the sausage is made, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Any questions of Chris on this? Commissioner Roller.
Oh, just a comment. I just want to reiterate the director's comments and just thank Chris for your extensive hard work, in federal fisheries and interstate. You're everywhere, and you always make yourself accessible, so thank you.
Thanks.
And Mr. Chairman, an observation. It's interesting that they're meeting at the Beaufort Hotel at the time, as we did, but at the time when, and this is not a plug for them, but that Beaufort Hotel was recognized as the #1 boutique hotel in America in the last week or two.
I saw that too. So we're all special. Yeah, the rates just went up, that's right. Okay. Thank you, Chris. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify that annual meeting is in October. All right. So next, I want to bring up Trish Murphy, who is also a special assistant for councils, another individual who shoulders a heavy burden or heavy responsibility for this division, and she represents North Carolina and myself on the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and she is their vice chair as well. Trish, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kat. Good morning, everyone. All the commissioners, welcome new commissioners. It's great to see you guys. I'm Trish Murphy, Executive Assistant for Councils, and I'm here just to go over the high points of what happened at our last South Atlantic Fishery Management Council meeting, which was held in the World Golf Center outside of St. Augustine, Florida in June. I'll go ahead and start with Spanish mackerel. The council is moving forward on a framework amendment for Spanish mackerel to update the catch levels. The stocks is, as Chris had said, the stock is not overfished, nor is overfishing occurring, and the Science and Statistical Committee, or the SSC, has recommended an acceptable biological catch, or ABC. There's tons of acronyms here, so I'll try to go through all of them. So anyway, they recommended the acceptable biological catch, or ABC, to be a little over 8 million pounds. So we're going to move forward with that to go ahead and get those fish on the table. The council has also discussed the mackerel port meetings. These meetings will be held in the late fall and early winter. These meetings are going to help the council get a more comprehensive understanding of the fisheries and how they're prosecuted in different areas of the coast. And from that, we will learn how we can improve our management efforts. And these meetings will be open to the public. I'm not sure where they will be in North Carolina, but I'm sure we'll have at least one in North Carolina. I'm kind of hoping for two. But they will be open to the public, and following that, and once we get all that input from those meetings, we will start a full-blown amendment to start considering all the different types of management that needs to be considered. Also, we heard from king mackerel tournament landings from the past 10 years. This has been a growing concern of stakeholders. We've been hearing a lot from our stakeholders in public comment, especially from North Carolina stakeholders. And they're concerned about the impacts of the tournaments on the fishery and the population in general. Things that they're concerned about is, one thing is they're concerned about is that those landings from tournaments don't, that they go on the commercial quota. They do not go on the commercial quota. But other things that have they've voiced concerns about is just the number of tournaments, the impacts on prices on the fish that glut the market from tournaments, fishing on large females. So there's a lot of concern that's been voiced on these. The council is asking our macrocobia advisory panel to weigh in, and we will be hearing some more information, like on what kind of charities receive money from these tournament sales. So stay in tune for that. The other thing we heard about was presented by National Marine Fisheries Service was our dolphin management strategy evaluation. And this has been some ongoing work that started last fall and into the winter. They had stakeholder meetings up and down the coast, one being in Wanchese and one being in Wilmington. And some of the things that they're hearing is a lot of regional differences from our Wanchese north. The fishermen were more interested, they were more exploitation-minded, whereas from Wilmington south down to Florida, they tended to be more conservative-minded. They're seeing, there was discussion of increased recreational fishing effort throughout the range, up and down the Atlantic. There's a concern of local abundance trends going down from South Carolina to Florida. There's concern also in the north, but the patterns are not as clear as in the south. So the National Marine Fisheries Service will continue to work on this MSC and do more iterative stakeholder engagement through early 2024, and then begin working on operational models. And we hope to have a report by late 2024. With that, the council also discussed the need to move forward on Regulatory Amendment 3. This was actually started sometime last year to address recreational management. And you all had sent a memo, and it may be in your briefing book. You all sent a memo to the council requesting that they wait on doing anything with Regulatory Amendment 3 until the MSA was finished. We basically came to a compromise. Like I said, we're expecting the report to be finished near the end of 2024, but if it's not, we will start the regulatory amendment in December 24. So basically, it's whatever comes first, the December 24th or the report. We're also beginning work on Amendment 55, which addresses the stocks, which addresses scamp and yellowmouth grouper. These species were combined because of identification issues. They are overfished, but overfishing is not occurring. I think it's more of a recruitment failure going on. And so this amendment will begin addressing that overfishing, try to get start a rebuilding plan, look at catch levels and allocations. And this amendment will also look at changing the grouper complexes. We'll be developing a scamp and yellowmouth complex and removing the yellowmouth out of the shallow water complex. So that will also be incorporated into this amendment. Black sea bass, we also heard from the SSC on black sea bass south of Hatteras. They are overfished, and overfishing is occurring, and this fishery is basically dealing with high discards and recruitment failure. So the council will move forward on an amendment also, and we will be hearing from the SSC in June on stock projections and what they recommend for an ABC. We're continuing to work on the private recreational permit for snapper grouper, Amendment 48. This is looking at requiring a recreational permit to try to improve recreational data information. And this permit will also be considering an educational component to it. So we're going to continue to work on that and hear more about that in September. And the other thing that I thought you guys might be interested in is we heard from Space Florida. So the council has been hearing concerns and complaints about the impacts on the fishing community by the area closures that are caused by the launches that are occurring off Cape Canaveral. And also space debris. The shrimpers are catching these huge pieces of space debris tearing up their nets. They're losing shrimp. And these things are huge. They can't just bring them aboard and bring them in. They have to cut their nets up and throw it overboard because they're so big. And so there's also concern about what are those impacts of that debris on the bottom, on the habitat, your corals, and also your water quality. So we are going to continue to watch this and see how this goes, but launches are going to increase. And, you know, one of the other reasons I brought this up today was we did hear through public comment from some of our North Carolina stakeholders that we are seeing some space debris wash up on the Outer Banks. So I just kind of wanted to bring that to y'all's attention. That's really about it in a nutshell. Our next meeting is going to be September 11th through 15th in Charleston.
Okay, thank you, Trish. Any questions of Trish? Appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much. Director?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Trish. Next up, I'd like to ask Brandy Salmon, who is our License and Statistics Section Chief, to come up and give you an update for the activities for that section.
All right. I was kind of hoping for an introduction like Chris Badsavage about how awesome I'm doing. So I'm Brandy Salmon. I'm the section chief for our licensing and statistics section. Big tongue twister, so we call it LNS for short. So our section does a lot of various things. We sell licenses, we collect the data, we analyze the data, we disseminate the data, and so we are always working. So I'm going to go over 4 of the main programs that our section has and some updates to those programs. So our license program, we continue to work with a company called Payit so that we can establish the ability to accept credit cards for license sales. Welcome to the 21st century. We're finally here, hopefully in September. So September, we hope to be able to do that. To give you a little bit of background on this next topic, so the Wildlife Resources Commission, WRC, they use their we use their licensing system to sell recreational fishing licenses. So they use them for hunting as well as fishing, and then we do our coastal recreational fishing licenses, which we call CRUFLs. And so WRC's licensing system was called Alvin originally, and it was created like many moons ago. And so because Alvin has aged over time, they have worked with a contractor to completely redo Alvin. And I cannot remember what Alvin acronym stands for, but it doesn't matter because now they're going to something called Go Outdoors. And so that started July 1st. And it is constructed very differently from how Alvin was. So WRC has provided training materials to vendors, but it's still taking a lot longer for the vendors to actually process the licenses because it's so different. So we are staying in close contact with WRC staff to kind of troubleshoot any defects and to suggest modifications or enhancements to the new system. Because it's a super large project, we're continuing to work with WRC to assist them with ranking priorities and what needs to be modified or fixed. And so certain items are going to take precedence and other items are just going to get put on hold, which means that some of our data needs have been affected and a little delayed. But we'll continue to work with WRC and we'll see how this goes. So second program is the Fisheries Economics Program. So the For-Hire Socioeconomic Survey was sent out in February and March of this year to all for-hire license holders to gather input on a range of industry and regulatory topics and to estimate the value of the for-hire industry to the North Carolina economy. So all data for that project has been collected, and then a final report will be drafted and expected to be completed in January. So preliminary results have suggested that false albacore or little tunny, however you want to say it, is consistently targeted species for a for-hire industry. So due to the highly migratory nature of that fishery, recreational pressure on the fishery is a challenge to estimate. So to help provide more data on that data gap, the project has been expanded to explore the importance of the false albacore fishery and how it has impacted the for-hire industry and the pressure the industry puts on the species. So the project will be started this fiscal year once the funds are procured. The Shellfish Leaseholder and Aquaculture Economic Survey was sent out in May to commercial shellfish growers with very similar goals as the For Hire survey, which was to understand the industry's economic contributions to our economy. And so data's been collected, and the report of the estimated economic contribution of the shellfish aquaculture industry is being drafted. So a final report is expected to be completed by December. And then our third program for our section is the Commercial Statistics Program, or the Trip Ticket Program. And so staff are working with a contractor called Bluefin Data and DEQ IT to develop a web-based application called Vessel, VESL, for commercial seafood dealers to submit their trip tickets using any computer, any smartphone, any tablet, from anywhere, rather than having to install the software on one specific designated computer and then having to, update the software consistently. So it's going to be a drastic change, and it's going to be awesome. So staff are currently reviewing the current beta version of Vessel and sending in comments and recommendations to Bluefin Data prior to it being sent out to review for some seafood dealers, which will be happening very soon. So they're going to test it out for us before we actually make it available to all dealers. The annual 2022 commercial landings were finalized in May, and the seafood dealer report and the landings bulletin were published in June. And then they also hosted a summer intern to help collect data for the conversion factor study that's currently ongoing right now as well. And then lastly, our final program for our section is the Recreational Statistics Program, or CAP, Coastal Angling Program. So they have been working hard to complete the final report for the Catch You Later app, and they're hoping to provide a presentation on that at your November meeting. Sampler positions for the Marine Recreational Information Program, so MRIP, the positions reached over a 30% vacancy rate earlier this year, and it's still happening. As a result, we're forced to temporarily scale back our add-on MRIP site assignments. So North Carolina has really strived to collect as many samples as they can, and unfortunately, we've had to kind of scale back on that a little bit. We're still meeting our base requirements, but our extra assignments that we were doing have had to be pushed back because we just don't have the people to do them. That has some serious repercussions. So prolonged assignment reductions may negatively affect the precision of our estimates at a time when precision is more important than ever. It's just the name of the game right now. We're struggling to fill the positions and keep them there. So as Director Rawls had mentioned earlier, this is the reality that Coastal Angling Program and even the division are living in right now. We're understaffed and overextended for several reasons. Pay is not great. So we did receive a pay increase for our technicians this past year, but we still had a long way to go in all of our positions to bring them up to a reasonably competitive level in the job market right now. Two, the cost of living is extremely high. Finding housing is almost impossible, particularly in the northern part of the state. And then four, vacancy rates are just causing other staff to have to pick up job duties until the positions are filled. So the struggle is very much real. But on a positive note, I'm done.
Thank you for your report and work. Any questions? Right, thank you very much. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brandy. I'll try to do better on the introduction next time. I was thinking maybe lights and some appropriate music might be in order. But in reality, Brandy is one of our up-and-coming leaders in the division, and you'll be seeing a lot of her throughout the years. Let's see, next is Shannon Jenkins, who is a section chief for our Shellfish Sanitation and Recreational Water Quality section, and he will be here to give you an update. Shannon?
Thank you, Director Rawls. Thank you, Commissioners. I'm just going to be giving a very brief update on current shellfish sanitation and recreational water quality activities. Again, that's a mouthful. But first of all, we are excited to report that the construction of our northern lab in Manio has been completed recently this month. All equipment has been moved in by staff and installed by our vendors after final inspections occur, which we hope will be very soon. The next task will be to ensure that all equipment is operational, and then further training of staff. The next focus will then be running split samples with our Wilmington and Morehead City labs to generate verification data in advance of FDA's required certification visit in late September. FDA and the National Shellfish Sanitation Program require demonstrating that the data generated by a new lab are accurate and comparable to the data produced by existing certified labs. So we're aiming to become fully operational in November of this year. The new lab will position us to be able to fully complete our required work in the northern region, as well as more efficiently serve the needs of the northern area, such as a quicker response after temporary shellfish closures and providing improved recreational water quality data and advisories post-hurricanes. Another benefit is that the reopening of the northern lab could possibly allow a future reopening of a growing area that we closed administratively due to the loss of the lab in 2014. This is Shellfish Growing Area I-2, which is approximately 50,000 acres just north of Roanoke Island. We'll also be evaluating the possibility of reestablishing some of the Soundside recreational water quality sites that were deleted in 2014. Also, as you know, we're at peak tourism and swimming season on the coast. And with that, our recreational water quality program is in full swing. As a reminder, the recreational water quality program monitors coastal recreational waters and notifies the public if bacteriological standards for safe bodily contact are exceeded. The coastal waters monitored include public beaches on the ocean, sounds, bays, and estuarine rivers. Water samples are analyzed for Enterococcus bacteria, an indicator organism that is found in the intestines of warm-blooded animals, where its presence is correlated with organisms that can cause illness. So we alert the public when necessary via our online map, social media, and physical advisory signs when necessary. The program is heavily relied upon by tourists and citizens alike as we get significant numbers of inquiries and web traffic. Finally, we are hosting a combined shellfish sanitation conference in Wilmington in November of this year. The Interstate Seafood Seminar, which is comprised of the Mid-Atlantic states, and the Gulf and South Atlantic States Shellfish Conference, which is comprised of the Gulf and Southern states. These include the member shellfish-producing states from Texas to New Jersey, also federal partners such as FDA and EPA, and industry participants. Section staff and our Marine Patrol partners continue to make logistical preparations to host an estimated 150 attendees. The conference will include content such as research and training on the latest regarding harmful algal blooms and biotoxin management, pathogens and emerging contaminants, illness traceback, and aquaculture content such as mortality events. The goal of the conference is to provide an informative event for attendees as well as provide plenty of opportunities for networking and idea exchange. So with that, thank you, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks, Shannon. Any questions from anybody? Commissioner Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In regards to the recreational water quality and there's been some incidents up around Collington here recently where some folks had interactions with the waterway and ended up with assumed it was a born illness from that. One being Mr. Murray Bridges, which was a crabbing icon, 85 to 90 years old. He actually contracted something within the past several days, and he is now passed away. Is that something you can elaborate on so far as any testing that's been done up there, or has it been identified as a hot spot? Is the levels exceedingly higher than normally seen in that area? Just for general information.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Blanton. That is an important distinction. So that was a Vibrio vulnificus illness, infection, And there, as you mentioned, there have been several kind of high-profile ones in the state. The distinction is the Vibrios, with the exception of one species, Vibrio cholera. The other Vibrio species are naturally occurring, and they're in the environment right now on the coast as we speak. So that is different than what we sample for. We sample for pollution-based fecal-based bacteria and that kind of thing. So we work collaboratively with the Department of Health and Human Services, the epidemiology section, the state health director, on education and awareness. And recently, we've even updated our website to make sure the people that access that know that, you know, just like we're talking about, we don't test for that. It's out there. The important thing to know is it's a very rare occurrence. Of course, you know, we don't want to be one of those, but vulnificus deaths are about 100 in the U.S. each year. And some of that is from consumption of raw shellfish or undercooked shellfish. A lot of it is from wound infections. So the important things to know is if you are immunocompromised in any way, especially if you have liver disease, taking a lot of acid-reducing medicines, some other factors, and if you're going in the water, especially in brackish waters, the high salt waters like oceans aren't generally as much of a problem. Fresh water is not generally as much of a problem, but in between, you should take precautions, especially if you have wounds, cuts, if you're, you know, pricking yourself with fish hooks. You know, you should wear, try to avoid water contact, waterproof Band-Aids. If you do get an injury, flush it with water and use things like hydrogen peroxide. And one of the more important things, if you notice you're getting some kind of skin infection, you know, contact your healthcare provider very quickly, very quick after that observation.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? I've got some real quick. Maybe it's just because I was paying more attention this year, but it seems like there was more water quality advisories and closures than normal. Have we had an uptick on those this year?
Actually, no, and it's very dependent. One year can be more than others, and a lot of that is meteorological factors, how much rain we have, and also, you know, how the timing works with our sampling. But just to clarify, we don't have closures, but just making advisories so people can, you know, make that informed decision.
Okay, thank you. Just must have been paying more attention this year.
That's good, thank you.
Appreciate your report. Director?
Thank you, Shannon, appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you brought up Mr. Bridges, Commissioner Blanton. I have fond memories of Mr. Bridges, and he is absolutely an icon, and I have not seen him in years, but I remember as a technician just being amazed by his knowledge, and talking to him was a great thing, and we are going to miss him very much, and I do have send our prayers to his family, so thank you for mentioning that.
Director Rawls, could I
Yes,
just
excuse
add
me.
one more thing to Commissioner Blanton? Although it's not part of our program, we do, and you may have noticed in recent years, put out educational materials in some of our newsletters and other things that the division does put out about some of the things we talked about, taking precautions and just Vibrio awareness.
Okay, right. Commissioner Blanton, you had something else?
Yeah, I just want to echo Director Rawls' comments on Mr. Bridges and you know, just send out a moment that sort of remember him, because as a fisherman, as a commercial fisherman, as she said, this gentleman was a mentor to many, and he established and sort of built the soft crab industry. I mean, he had a huge impact on the commercial industry in North Carolina and building the industry into what it is and what it is, you know, has been. So I just want to, you know, just take a moment and just remember them. And it's kind of funny, you know, he lived by the crab, and I mentioned it, you know, and I mean this in no ill way, but he died by the crab, and because he left, his pots were still in the water. His crab shutters were still running, and it was unfortunate that a water quality issue and possibly, a compromised immune system and old age, that it's unfortunate that he, went the way he did. But I just wanted to take a moment and just bring that forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Blanton. Director?
I'll tell y'all a funny story. Shannon and I used to live next to each other when we were little, like real little. And I told this to the staff one time, and Shannon proceeded to send me a video of him in his Easter suit and me in my Easter dress. And I had to threaten to fire him if that ever went public.
It's in your hands now.
But yes, but as you can tell, I wouldn't fire him for anything, except for maybe that. But, yeah, it's on the record. Thank you, Shannon, for your report. So next up, we have Jacob Boyd, who is a section chief for our Habitat and Enhancement section, to give you an update. Jacob?
Thank you, Director Rawls and Commissioners. So today I will be giving y'all the kind of our standard update for the Shellfish Lease and Aquaculture Program, sitting in for Owen, and also be giving y'all an update on the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, sitting in for Ann. And we also have Jason Peters here, who's our Enhancement Program Supervisor, who's will be giving y'all in-depth review and overview of the enhancement side of our section and all the different programs that we have going on there. And I just wanted to, since he's here, give him a shout out because, having hard-working, dedicated folks like him in charge of a lot of these huge programs we have as a section chief is really great, and he's outstanding. So, but I will get started with updates for the Shellfish Lease and Aquaculture Program. The 2023 Shellfish Lease application period closed on August 1st, and we wrapped up with 26 bottom lease applications and 25 water column applications for a total of 51 for the year. We'll be conducting site investigations for these new shellfish lease applications until October 1st, and working on scheduling the first public hearings later this fall and into the late winter. We're continuing to work through applying the new rule language approved last August and all of the policies to all the shellfish lease applications that we're receiving now. And we're continuing receiving a large volume of public comments and feedback from the public hearings. So while this creates a lot more workload for staff, obviously, it shows how our efforts to increase public participation over the last few years is really working. So we want transparency, we want the input from the public, even if it means more workforce. As discussed at your May meeting, the division received the first shellfish lease appeal that went through the Shellfish Cultivation Lease Review Committee, which is the first time we've used this process since its creation through Session Law 2019-37, which went into effect in 2019. During the hearing that was held on July 18th, the committee determined that the petitioner's appeal did not meet the necessary criteria to proceed to the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the appeal was denied. Per North Carolina statute, a determination by the committee that the petitioner may not commence a contested case is a final agency decision which may be appealed to Superior Court as a petition for judicial review. And that concludes my updates, and I'll be happy to answer any questions for the Shellfish Lease and Aquaculture Program.
Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I'll
Short
put
and
my Ann hat on now, so, and provide y'all some updates on the CHIP. So first, I would like to recognize Ann, who along with Jimmy Johnson from APNEP, won the 2023 Pelican Award for being enduring champions of coastal habitat protection and restoration this month for their work on the CHIP since its inception. The Pelican Awards are given out annually by the North Carolina Coastal Federation to recognize the effective work of people, businesses, nonprofit groups, local and state governments, and educators to improve environmental quality on the North Carolina coast. Award recipients have demonstrated exemplary commitment and undertaken meaningful actions to protect and restore our coast. So we're very proud of Ann and Jimmy for receiving this honor. We're continuing to pursue grant funding for high-resolution mapping of wetlands coastwide that would provide numerous benefits, including protecting critical juvenile fish habitat, planning wetland conservation, wetland migration, and resilience planning. and we'll be having more updates on that soon, hopefully. Staff and SECI members, which is the public-private partnership stakeholder group that's working on water quality in the state, participated in committee meetings to update the state uniform floodplain management policy. As a reminder, this was mandated through Executive Order 266 to minimize flood damage to state-owned assets, considering the impact of sea level rise and climate change, support natural hydrologic conditions and services, and provided by natural infrastructure, and expand the policy to state-funded construction to the extent feasible. As you're aware, the Habitat and Enhancement Section administers the Habitat Permitting Program to minimize habitat impacts from development and other upland activities through environmental permit review. There's been an increasing number of shoreline stabilization projects using a variety of living shoreline techniques over the last few years. Staff reviews each project carefully to ensure that there are no unintended impacts to SAV, oysters, or navigation. We're working with the other permitting agencies, academia, and other partners to evaluate policies and procedures to ensure the process is efficient and effective. Staff conducted SAV sampling in southern Pamlico Sound behind the Outer Banks earlier this summer, and will be repeating the sampling in September and October. Staff also continued to collaborate with the Division of Water Resources on water clarity standard development and other measures to improve light availability necessary for SAV growth. Staff were invited to present to the Sedimentation Control Commission on the CHIP last month. There were opportunities for coordination with the CHIP because their mission to control erosion and sediment from upland development are concurrent with several CHIP goals. They were not specifically mandated to participate on the CHIP steering committee, but have been invited to participate. And finally, in July, you received an email inviting all commissioners to an event the division is helping to plan and host at the North Carolina Environmental Management Commission's meeting in Morehead City on September 13th. The event includes a half-day boat tour for members of the Environmental Management Commission, Marine Fisheries Commission, and Coastal Resources Commission to learn and discuss priorities associated with the latest edition of the CHIP. The boat tour will go from Bogue Sound to the Newport River and Middlemarsh and will highlight SAVs, water quality, living shorelines, and wetland restoration and resiliency projects. Following the boat tour, a reception will be held for all attendees at the Carteret County Civic Center, which will provide an opportunity to network with members of other commissions, CHIP steering committee members, APNET, Coastal Federation, and others. The event is voluntary, and there will be no commission business conducted. And that concludes my update for the CHIP. If there's
Okay.
any questions.
Questions on the CHIP? Commissioner Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any studies on the long-term impacts of hardened bulkheads? I know there's an initial look at the permit and if it's going to affect anything directly, I guess. But, I've seen an increased number of hardened bulkheads being installed, especially this year for some reason. It's noticeable when these bulkheads are installed that the waterway becomes like a washing machine when the wind blows and it beats that, water up against the bulkheads and it sort of throws the water back and it makes some sloshing, effect. And it's noticeable, a good ways offshore. And so the bulkhead impacts a big area out in front of these properties that have these huge pieces of hardened shorelines. And I can show you in the areas that are hugely impacted. And it's a concern because I feel like it's disturbing the bottom quite a bit, a good ways offshore. And so, what I'm curious about is the impact, hundreds and hundreds of yards off of the shoreline and what's beyond, just directly right there where that bulkhead is. And that's been a concern of mine or a question of mine for many years, is that are we really doing the right thing by permitting all these hardened bulkheads and taking away from the natural properties of the shoreline, and what impacts that are having to the habitat and to the waterway and to the bottom and to anything else that is native to that area that's natural, and how are we manipulating that by pretty much just taking away the natural boundary of the shore to, water and how they meet.
Yeah, so there's a pretty large body of research out there that shows the efficacy of hardened shorelines such as bulkheads are not, they actually don't decrease erosion. Many times they increase erosion, and that living shorelines are much better at decreasing erosion in most of those locations. As far as impacts farther offshore from the bulkhead, I'm not 100% sure, but, with erosion and sedimentation and all those other implications that come from that I'm sure have longer-term impacts to the surrounding coastal habitats. But it's definitely a large body of research that shows that the bulkheads actually can increase shoreline erosion even more so, especially for, like you were saying, for neighboring properties and whatnot.
Further questions? If not, thank you for your reports.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much, Director.
Thank you, Jacob. So next up, I'd like to ask Barbie Bird to come up. She is our Protected Resources Program Biologist Supervisor, and she is going to talk to you about the Observer Trip Scheduling System and give you a progress report on that and ITP.
Hello. This is not, give me just a moment, make sure I do this correctly.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, hi. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. For the new commissioners, it's nice to meet you remotely. So my name is Barbie Bird, and I'm with the Protected Resources Program, which is in the Fisheries Management section of the division. And one of the main programs within that Protected Resources Program is the Observer Program, and I'd like to talk with you about that today. There is a memo in your briefing materials that just provides updates on our most recent seasonal and monthly reports regarding our ESA Section 10 Endangered Species Act incidental take permits. So as most of you have heard from me many times before and have seen this slide probably many times before, the division has two Section 10 incidental take permits that authorize a limited number of sea turtles and sturgeon in otherwise lawful fishing activities using anchored gill nets and estuarine waters. So the authorization of these ITPs, like other ITPs or incidental take permits, so you'll hear ITP a lot for folks that are new, is based on a conservation plan that includes three main components, and those components are monitoring, avoid and minimizing interactions, and then mitigate those interactions to the extent possible. For us, today I'd really like to focus on the monitoring portion, so the observer program portion of our ITPs. So the ITPs set out observer coverage requirements for estuarine anchored gillnet trips that differ depending on mesh size categories. And currently there are three main ways that observers get trips, or we get trips using observers and Marine Patrol officers. So one of those ways is observers make phone calls to estuarine gillnet permit holders, and they try to schedule trips that way. Observers and Marine Patrol officers approach gillnet activity on the water and get trips that way. And then finally, observers will visit seafood dealers and boat ramps and try to schedule trips, essentially as the fishermen are getting ready to leave or when they're coming back to offload their catch and schedule a trip for another time. But the observer program, we really struggle to meet these requirements for observer coverage. And NIMS has indicated that our current permits could be revoked if we don't meet that coverage. So as many of you have heard before, we are developing an observer trip scheduling system, or OTIS. We like acronyms, to make sure we get the observed trips that we need so that the fisheries can stay open. When OTIS is in place, EGMP holders will call into this system and report planned fishing activity for the upcoming week. There will still be occasions when observers and Marine Patrol will approach fishermen on the water for alternative platform observations, and observers may still visit boat ramps and seafood dealers to augment planned trips. Say, for example, if selected fishermen have to cancel, or we still need trips to meet the quota. So development of the OTIS has included meetings with Marine Patrol, fisheries managers, the North Carolina Department of Information Technology, and then our local IT group to identify internal needs to create the system. And this past May, we held 5 public meetings to get input from fishermen on the system. At those meetings, we had more than 26 people attending, and we presented information on how the OTIS would work and had pointed questions that we wanted feedback on. As we have continued on developing the system after those meetings, we have tried as much as possible to incorporate what we could based on that feedback. Some items will be implemented, like we are setting up reminder notifications 2 times a week to remind fishermen that the deadline to report their planned activity is coming up. We're also investigating an online component, so fishermen will have to call in to the system if they would rather do that online. And then, unfortunately, there are some things that we can't be as flexible on. I mean, one of the biggest challenges and that we heard from input from the fishermen is that they don't always know ahead of time if they're going to fish, especially ahead of time enough that we need to be able to randomly select fishermen to be observed and also to deploy observers across the state. So the OTIS is going to have 4 main steps, and I'd like to walk through them quickly. So first, fishermen will call an automated system. Remember, we're still working on the online component, but for now, they'll call an automated system by Wednesday at 11:59 p.m. if they plan to fish with anchored gill nets in estuarine waters the following week. So we understand that weather and other things are going to influence actual fishing effort, but we need all the fishermen who think they're going to fish to call before a computer program selects randomly who must be observed. And like I mentioned before, we're deploying observers from Morehead City to Elizabeth City and in some cases down into Brunswick County. So we really need to be able to plan that travel. So fishermen will enter information about which management unit they plan to fish in, whether or not they plan to fish large mesh or small mesh gill nets, or both in some cases, and which week portion they plan to fish. And those week portions are provided on the slide. So as I mentioned before this deadline, there will be 2 automated reminders for fishermen to call in, and they'll go out each week via text, phone call, and email. So Thursday morning, a computer program will randomly select which fishermen will be observed based on how many predicted trips are needed by management unit and mesh size category. And the program will also include weighting such that fishermen that have been observed the prior week or 2 weeks will be less likely to be selected again. In the third step, the OTIS will send an automated communication on Thursday afternoon to the fishermen that called in, and this communication will provide either a confirmation number for fishermen that are not selected to be observed, or it will provide an observer's name and contact number if they are selected. So then to legally fish the following week, a fisherman must have either a valid confirmation number or an observer on board. Finally, fishermen that are selected to be observed will be required to reach out to their assigned observer by Friday at 4 p.m. So this is just an initial contact to establish the connection. This is, yeah, I think I'm still going. I'll contact you the day before the trip, and we'll make final arrangements. And so that contacting the observer the day before the trip's going to be really important too, but that initial connection is critical before we start sending people across the state. We also understand that things are going to change, whether, it's someone's boat is in bad shape or the weather is worse or, the variety of things that influence whether a fisherman who might plan to fish actually fishes. So if a fisherman has to cancel, he just needs to contact the observer and cancel that trip. He won't get a confirmation number because he won't or she won't need one, right? If they're not out there fishing, they won't need that confirmation number. We also understand that occasionally observers will have to cancel for a variety of reasons. And if that's the case and an observer has to cancel and we don't have another observer available, then the fisherman will be given a confirmation number just to indicate that he or she is in compliance. So once the system is further along, we'll hold informational meetings again and provide training on the system. We've just started some in-house testing this week, and we have further testing over the next month or so. So we're going to work out bugs that we identify, and then we'll really need fishermen to help us test the system. How are they receiving it? What are the things that they notice that we might not? And we can try to get all of those bugs worked out before we roll out the Otis with a full rollout for everyone. So our ITP application has said that we will have a full rollout ready by September of 2024, but we fully intend to have it rolled out way before that, but it won't occur until after this upcoming flounder season. One of the questions that we got during the May meetings is alternative platform observations going away? So alternative platform observations are those where the observer's not on board, but it has 2 observers on a state-owned vessel for the observation, and those are not going away. I'm going to switch gears really quickly and provide just a quick update on this ITP application. So as you probably know, NEMS just published recently the draft environmental assessment on issuance of the ITP, and the public comment period closes on September 11th. Concurrently, NEMS is also working on their ESA Section 7 consultation related to the agency's action to issue the Section 10 ITP. And as you can imagine, a new permit renewal is not going to be ready before the Sea Turtle ITP expires next week. So it expires the last day in August. All indication from NEMS is that we will be able to continue to operate under the current Sea Turtle ITP because our permit is being processed. And we fully intend that to happen and are waiting on written confirmation of that. So thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions. You can always contact us afterwards if other questions come up that you don't think of today.
Yeah. Any questions? Great, thank you for your presentation. Director?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your report, Barbie. We appreciate that. And next, I would like to ask Colonel Witten to come up for the Marine Patrol update.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. Again, I'm Carter Witten. I'm the Colonel for the Marine Patrol. I'll be giving you your quarterly update on Marine Patrol law enforcement activities. This is for informational purposes only, and there's no action needed from it. Marine Patrol officers have had a busy summer fishing season this year. In addition, we've hired new officers, continued our mandated and specialized officer training, and had a number of education and outreach opportunities both on the water and off. Increasingly, workload and staffing challenges continue to emphasize the need for additional officers and support staff. We are also proud to announce that Officer Zach Nelson has been named Marine Patrol Officer of the Year for 2023. Officer Nelson earned his recognition because of his excellent work ethic along with his academic achievements. He earned his advanced law enforcement certificate early this year and also has completed EMT training, which is emergency medical technician, and has graduated from that. Other training and achievements include Sergeant Lott and Officer Candace Rose, who earned their advanced law enforcement certificates also, and Officer Neil Kendrick, Sergeant Nick Mobley, and Jason Parker, who completed a 120-hour leadership and police organization course in July. These hours of education and training are earned above and beyond the mandated training required of every officer annually. Our officers' commitment to attending excellently through education and training is highly commendable, and we are very proud of their efforts. The Marine Patrol hired 6 new officers in July to fill existing vacancies. Marine Patrol has 2 vacancies remaining to be filled. There are 3 of these new hires are already certified law enforcement officers and have begun their field training this month. The remaining 3, as Director Rawls says, are attending basic law enforcement training this month, otherwise known as BLET. These students will complete their training over an approximately 4-month period and are expected to begin their field training around January 2024. Based on these timelines, they are expected to complete all training and be patrolling on their own around June 2024. I would like to share 2 other new initiatives that the Marine Patrol has implemented to attract candidates to fill the division vacancy. Marine Patrol positions first were no longer required a candidate to already have BLET prior to applying for a position that sometimes we offer the candidates who are qualified otherwise. 3 of our 6 new hires are taking advantage of this initiative and is a win-win situation. The second initiative is the use of Marine Patrol interns to help learn the ropes about what it takes to become a Marine Patrol officer. Adam G. was our first intern, and he is successfully hired to fill one of the vacant positions I just described and is attending BLET now. We are glad to have him on board. While the men and women who serve the Marine Patrol officers continue to impress and excel, it is important to acknowledge that as an agency, we are facing significant enforcement challenges because of increasingly workload without reciprocal increase in the number of officers available to undertake the workload. For example, the number of officers has not increased despite the establishment and implementation of the Coastal Recreational Fishing License effective January 1, 2007, authorized by Session Law 2004-187 and Session Law 2005-455. Also, taking on responsibilities for enforcement of shellfish sanitation rules starting in 2011 as authorized by Session Law 2011-145 and Session Law 2016-94, and significantly increase in shellfish aquaculture activities, most recently authorized by Session Law 2019-37. To continue the successful protection the marine and estuarine resources of North Carolina, it is essential that the consideration be given to increasingly the number of officers as law enforcement responsibilities continue to grow. And I will take any questions at this time.
Questions for the Colonel? If not, thank you for the job you and your guys do and gals do, and we appreciate you being there.
Thank you, sir.
Director?
Thank you, Colonel. And Mr. Chairman, that ends my report.
All right, thank you, Director. We can do that now, yeah. Hey, what? Okay, we're going to take maybe a 10-minute break and come back and do the Shellfish Rehabilitation Program overview and get us out a little bit early this afternoon. So let's see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes is getting close to being up. Let's get back in place, please.
No problem. Happy to help. As long as they don't ask any questions, right?
That's right.
I just sent my husband a text. I'm like, no questions, no questions.
Okey dokey. We are back to Standard Commercial Fishing License Eligibility Report. Captain Garland Yop, take it away.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Welcome to new commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Again, I'm Captain Garland Yop. Just to give you a brief overview, the eligibility pool is for an individual who does not hold a standard commercial fishing license but wants to purchase a license through the Division of Marine Fisheries. They can apply to receive the license through the eligibility pool process. The application goes before a board which determines if the applicant is qualified based on criteria set out in rule. Session Law 1998-225, Section 4.24, part of the Fisheries Reform Act, established the Scuffle Eligibility Board. The law also requires the Commission to adopt rules to govern the operation of the board. Your rules are found in 15A NCAC 030.0400, and they set requirements for eligibility board operation, the MFC setting the eligibility pool cap each year, which is 030.0403B, the application process for the eligibility pool, and eligibility criteria. You adopted the Scuffle eligibility rules June 1st, 2022, to make minor conforming and technical changes, so these have been recently updated. This chart shows how the number of available licenses are determined for any particular year. The temporary cap for the license was set at the number of valid endorsements to sell as of June 30th, 1999, plus an extra 500 for the eligibility pool, which comes to a total of 8,896 licenses, less the number that were issued or renewed the previous year. Those that were, those that were issued and renewed in 2022, 2023 were 5,412. We have one license that was approved but not yet issued, and that happens when individuals that are approved in the spring meeting have until June 30th of the following license year to purchase their license. And the total came to, sorry.
Sorry, I thought you were ready.
The total came to, that we have licenses available are 3,483 licenses. Some considerations from 2022-2023 license year. We had a total of 33 Scuffle applications received. 23 of those were approved, 10 denials, and that equated to, we had around a 30% decrease in applications from the previous year. And we've been kind of seeing that steady, at least during my tenure here. This graph shows eligibility pool data for the last 10 years. The vertical line on your left is the number of licenses. The bottom line is the license year. The green line indicates the number of licenses available, and the blue line indicates the number of licenses approved by the Commission. From 2013 through 2016, the Commission approved the total number of licenses available. The last 5 years, the Commission has set the number to 500 licenses available for the pool, and that's been adequate so far for the applications received. So your action item, we need the commission to vote to set the number of scuffles in the eligibility pool for the 2023-2024 license year from the 3,483 available licenses. And again, the last 5 years you set it at 500, and that's been adequate.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blanton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To stay consistent with, previous years and due to the adequacy of the number that's been set, I move to set the temporary cap on the number of licenses in the eligibility pool to 500.
And I'll second.
Second, Commissioner Corbett. Okay. Is that the motion as you made it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Further discussion? If not, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner Bethea,
Abstain.
Commissioner Blanton,
Aye.
Commissioner Corbett. Thank you. Commissioner Gardner. Thank you. Commissioner Huggins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner McNeil.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Rader.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roller.
Aye.
Thank you. And Chairman Bizzle.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes without dissension. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule, so why don't we go on into our shellfish rehabilitation program overview? Jason Peters.
Good morning, everyone. Give me just a moment here to get set up. So once again, good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jason Peters. I'm with the Habitat and Enhancement section of the division. I'm here to talk to you a little bit today about our reef enhancement programs and give you an update on what's going on with those programs. So for this presentation today, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the organizational structure of the Habitat and Enhancement section. Then I'll lead into a discussion on our shellfish rehabilitation programs that are made up of the Oyster Sanctuary Program and the Coast Planning Program. And then I'll finish this presentation with a discussion on artificial reefs. So organizationally, the Habitat and Enhancement section is really charged with two main objectives. First objective is managing habitat. So under that objective, we have our aquaculture and habitat programs, shellfish lease and aquaculture, as well as our habitat permitting, estuary and benthic mapping, and coastal habitat protection plans, our plan. And then on the enhancement side of things, we have our enhancement programs, the shellfish rehabilitation programs, including oyster sanctuaries and culture planning, as well as part of this effort is to construct reefs with the primary objective of supplying viable larvae to the entire system. We have an area of focus currently of Pamlico Sound, and in general, these are very large reef sites, once again, closed to harvest, but they range in size anywhere from 40 to 80 acres each, sometimes a little bit smaller, sometimes a little bit larger. These are high complexity habitats with high relief. We build in a series of ridges, mounds, and patches using large aggregate rock, typically ranging from 5 to 12 inches in diameter, as well as a variety of other materials. Those other materials may include things like limestone marl, crushed concrete, granite, basalt, engineered reef units or reef balls, as most may know, recycled concrete pipe, or precast concrete. So where the oyster sanctuary is located, well, we have 15 of them presently. They range anywhere from the southern end of Roanoke Island all the way into the mouth of the Neuse River. You'll see the Neuse River Sanctuary as our most southwestern site. So what does the construction of an oyster sanctuary look like? Well, it's a prescription that we follow for all of our enhancement programs. And it starts with purchasing large volumes of material and stockpiling them at a staging location. So what you'll see in the upper left here, this is our South River facility. Lots of aggregate rock. This is limestone that's been delivered to that site. It gets delivered by dump truck annually on the order of about 1,100 dump trucks. We receive that material, push it up into a pile until it's ready to be deployed. When deployment comes around, we coordinate with vendors. In recent history, it's been barge and tug companies. This is a photograph of Stevens Towing. They're based in Edenton. They've been a vendor we've been working with for a number of years in partnership with the Coastal Federation. So they'll load the material onto their vessels, take it to our predetermined location, and then deploy that material using excavators or front-end loaders on the barge. What you'll see in the lower left-hand side is a high-definition bathymetric image. This image was captured by division staff, and it shows those ridges that I talked about earlier. The warmer colors are the higher relief areas, and the cooler colors are the lower relief areas. And this just sort of gives you an example of what those reefs look like once constructed. And of course, the ultimate goal here of constructing these reefs is what you see in the middle, a happy, healthy oyster sanctuary. So I'll give you a little perspective on how big these things really are. This is Cedar Island. This is our most recent project. We completed it in July. You'll see the boundaries of the reef site. It's a square, and then within that reef site, all of the various ridges that we've constructed. Length by width, it's about 1,800 feet length and 1,800 feet in width. And that's approximately the length of 1 1/4 Empire State Building. So if you think of the Empire State Building, lay it on its side, the site's even longer than that. Some more perspective for you. Each one of those ridges, they look small in this image, but they're about 200 feet long by 30 to 50 feet wide. If you can imagine a 53-foot tractor trailer, there are 4 of those end to end and 2 side by side. So 8 tractor trailers can fit in each one of those little ridges. So before I go any further, I just wanted to point out that we're not just shoveling material into the water. There's a lot of science and data that goes into the decision-making process here as far as what we're using to build with, how we're putting it in the water, how we're arranging our ridges and mounds and patches, and then where we're placing the reef sites and selecting new reef sites. So quite a bit of science goes in there. And then, of course, once those decisions are made, construction occurs. And then following construction, we monitor these sanctuary sites in perpetuity to evaluate the performance of the reef site. This is going to be a really data-light presentation, so this will probably be the most data you'll see or most information, scientific information you'll see in this presentation. But I think it's important to illustrate the importance of sanctuaries, and I'll start by showing you this figure on the left. This is a population density image comparing 3 different reef types, naturally occurring oyster reefs, culture-planted oyster reefs, and oyster sanctuary reefs. And the take-home image here, or the take-home message here, is that oyster sanctuaries have several orders of magnitude greater numbers of oysters per unit area. So this is a square meter that we're looking at, several orders of magnitude greater numbers of oysters versus culture and natural. Looking at that same square meter, we can observe size distribution. Sanctuaries here in the pink. This is the middle image that I'm showing you, middle figure. The message here is that sanctuaries have typically a greater number of recruit individuals, or what we would call new settlers. But even more importantly, we observe greater numbers of large individuals beyond that sort of 100 millimeter mark. So these are your broodstock individuals, the ones that are producing larvae, which is the objective of the program. So all of that pieced together, the important message is that oyster sanctuaries have a really small footprint. They make up only about 6% of the total area of oyster reef habitat, but they're producing about 25% of the larvae. So 6% of the area producing 25% of the larvae. That's an indicator that these sanctuaries are successful and, of course, strengthening and supporting our oyster population. Some recent accomplishments for the sanctuary program. I've talked about, Cedar Island already, but this is a 75-acre site we just completed in June. It was constructed using 46,500 tons of marine limestone marl, as well as 5,500 tons of recycled concrete. Some different way to look at that is about 104 million pounds, or 15,000 F-150 pickup trucks. So all of this doesn't really happen with a stroke of a pen or behind a desk. There are a lot of staff hours, a lot of staff days, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. In the case of the Cedar Island Sanctuary, we had approximately 386 staff days in the field on site. That does not include any of the planning or permitting or development. And then, of course, 61 barge loads, back and forth barge loads from South River to our Cedar Island Sanctuary. The program was involved in other things besides just building this reef site. As I mentioned before, monitoring is a big component of the program. So this summer, immediately following construction of Cedar Island, they went out and collected data from our sanctuary sites, counting and measuring approximately 22,000 oysters at 136 locations in 14 sanctuaries. All of those data are used to evaluate the performance of our sanctuary sites, but then compare, make meaningful comparisons between natural and culture-planted reefs, as well as published literature. Coming up for the sanctuary program, we're excited to be partnering with the North Carolina Coastal Federation. They were fortunate to be awarded a $14.9 million NOAA Habitat Restoration and Resilience Grant. So our partnership with them will involve significantly scaling up our effort. We anticipate deploying approximately 50,000 tons of material per year, which is about a threefold increase over previous years. And all of this is pursuant to meeting a statewide target of 500 combined acres of oyster sanctuary area. Right now, we're at about 392. So with this grant and partnership, our objective is to, achieve that 500-acre goal. So 500 acres, more perspective for you, is about the size of the country of Monaco or Disneyland, to help you conceptualize. And then, of course, once we meet our 500-acre goal, we're beginning discussions now on what the future of the oyster sanctuary program looks like, whether it's additional acreage under the traditional definition or maybe some modified definition of sanctuary. So shellfish rehabilitation is really two parts. I spoke at length about the oyster sanctuary program, no harvest. The goal is to produce lots of larvae. Part two of our rehabilitation approach is culture planting. That's open harvest. And the goal here is to restore available hard substrate, for recruitment, and then make that habitat available to the fishery. A little broader area of focus with the culture planting program, ranging from Dare County all the way down to Brunswick County. The primary difference, besides open and closed to harvest, primary difference to oyster sanctuaries is that we implement this program entirely in-house. We don't have not historically worked with other vendors or contractors to assist with deployment. It's all performed with in-house equipment. In general, these are much simpler reef sites. They're smaller in total area, lower relief, meaning lower relief off of the bottom. And they're more of a continuous veneer, so lower complexity habitat. And we build them using small materials, typically oyster shell if we can get it, or otherwise marine limestone marl, but in a smaller 2 to 4 inch size gradation. Yes?
Are the clutch reefs marked in the same way that the larger reefs are marked?
Thank you for your question. No, ma'am, they are not. We typically mark our oyster sanctuaries with buoys, or pilings, typically mostly pilings. The culture planted sites are not marked. There are a few exceptions to that where we've done some seeding and some experimental type of reefs where we have implemented short-term closures because of the seeded nature. but then following the opening of those sites, we've removed the markings. So they're not marked, but the coordinates to those sites are publicly available, and we publish those on our website.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So here's a screen grab of what all of those sites look like in eastern North Carolina, or as far as the distribution of the sites. Because they're much simpler and easier to construct, we've got quite a few more of them. This is an image just showing the reefs constructed in the last couple of decades, so lots more than what we have with the Oyster Sanctuary program. So how do we build a culch planting site? I mentioned the prescription that we have for sanctuaries. It's real similar for culch planting. Again, the main difference is that we're doing all of it, A to Z, in-house. So the other difference that we have here is that instead of operating only out of one stockpile location, we're operating out of multiple stockpile locations simultaneously. So the prescription is as follows. We buy material. It's delivered to our stockpile locations simultaneously. Division staff receive those materials at the stockpile location, and then when the time comes to deploy them and build habitat, our fleet of vessels arrives at stockpile. We load the materials onto the vessels, and then they transport it to a reef site. Our vessels, I'll show you some more pictures in the next slide, but our vessels are all equipped with high-pressure water monitors. Diesel-powered diesel engines power a water pump that pumps quite a bit of water onto the deck and washes those materials overboard, and that sort of creates the real thin, continuous veneer that we experience at our culch planting sites. So I won't go into detail about all of this equipment, but the message from this slide here is just that there are lots of moving parts with the culch planting program. These are all of the different vessels and pieces of equipment that we have that help get this job done and make the dance a success every year. We have 6 self-propelled deck barges, 7 wheel loaders, 1 semi-tractor and lowboy trailer, 3 dump trucks, and 2 conveyors. Recently, the culch planting program has been quite busy. In the last couple of years, we've constructed 127 combined acres of habitat using just shy of 895,000 bushels of material to construct 36 total sites. Through the culch planting program as well as the FMP process, we're developing plans, proposed plans on alternate fishery management strategies, which may include some degree of rotational harvest on culch planting sites. The culch planting program has also implemented a new sampling program to gather data that's more comparable or more easily compared to oyster sanctuaries as well as published literature on natural reefs. But one of the more notable accomplishments with the culch planting program is the acquisition of our new flagship vessel, the RV Oyster Creek. She's 120 feet long, 30 feet wide, has a deck capacity of about 155 tons and a loaded draft of 4 feet. She's got crew quarters for 12 and is equipped with a hydraulic bow ramp, hydraulic spuds, and dueling high-pressure water monitors. So we're really excited to have put that boat into service as of July. And since that time, she's deployed about 1,000 tons of material in Turnagain Bay and about 1,000 tons of material in Juniper Bay. The crew of that vessel is also the crew of our Carolina Coast, and I won't talk about that boat today, but they're getting ready to embark on the annual sound survey, and so we'll be taking a little break on the Oyster Creek, but resuming efforts sometime towards the second half of September. Future plans for the culch planting program. So the main objective looking ahead is to expand our effort into historically lesser served areas of Hyde County, eastern Carteret, Outer Banks Dare, as well as areas south of Pender County. Pursuant to that goal, we're seeking to secure an additional stockpile location in the Englehard, Far Creek area. And of course, we'll be utilizing our newly acquired RV Oyster Creek for longer range enhancements. So I'm going to make a little bit of a hard shift now away from oysters and more towards fish. And I'll tell you a little bit about our artificial reef program.
Jason, hold on a second, got a question
Yes, sir.
here.
Can I ask a
Sure,
question?
certainly.
Before we get away from the oyster stuff? So now that we've got that big barge.
Yes, sir.
Because we had lost one, back when I was here before, we had lost our big barge, which meant that Pender County and New Hanover County, didn't get any oyster shell anymore. We didn't get any more stuff. Now that we've got that big one, can we get shell put on it and brought down there and put on the little barges to go into the locations like we used to do with the big one?
Yes, sir. So that's one of the primary objectives of that vessel is to, we call it mother shipping. So transporting large quantities of material southward. And then we've got two small, shallower draft vessels that can transport the material up into the creek. So,
Yeah, because I know, we've been missing that desperately in that area since
Sure.
the boat, got tore up before.
Sure. And as an aside, one of the additional challenges that we have in the southern area, one, as we've sort of alluded to, is the lack of stockpile property. We lost our loading sites. That is correct. The other challenge that we have is the availability of oyster shell. And so the oyster shell is really a preferred material throughout the state, but more so in the southern areas. And so in the absence of oyster shell, we've shifted to using marine limestone marl, and it's just not as favorable in those southern areas.
And that's
So-
why we were bringing, when I was there, we were bringing all the shell down south because it
Sure.
doesn't, we don't have the bore sponge like they do to the north. And the rock don't accept the bore sponge. So they were putting the rock up north and the shell down south.
Right,
And it worked out pretty good that way.
right. Yes, sir.
On that note, is there any plans to expand the oyster shell recycling program to any degree? And I just bring that up because, a decade plus ago, there was more sites. The county dumps had barrels where you could do it. Now I know we have the trailer at the division and whatnot, but it just seems it's difficult to recycle shells and people end up dumping them all over the place, unfortunately.
Certainly. Without getting into too much historical detail, and I'm happy to talk to you at any point about it, but the majority of that burden for the oyster shell recycling program has been absorbed by the North Carolina Coastal Federation. So they've explored methods for collecting shell, and there's been some early discussions of revamping that program, but we haven't taken action on that just yet.
Commissioner Rader.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Jason, this is really great. And so before you move on,
Sure.
I am really interested in the longer-term goal setting really for both of these programs, since in theory they beg the question of what the long-term habitat needs and adequacy would be to sustain the fisheries of North Carolina in the context of rising seas, intensifying storms, and all of those kinds of things. So, and given that there are, as you know, historical baselines, including, my brain is foggy on this, but it's like the 1884-ish survey by maybe one of Sarah's
Francis Winslow.
ancestors, Winslow,
Yes, sir.
that shows the beginning distribution. Not that we could shoot for the beginning, but I'm just wondering what the process would be for that goal setting and how it interacts with the CHIP steering committee and planning process and all those other kinds of things, because it does beg some of these questions about what the success visions would be for sustainability in fisheries in North Carolina, including habitat needed to sustain it. And so that's really the question, is how, with all these great programs, where might they go and what kind of resources would be needed? Just as a personal observation, North Carolina having exported oyster shells all over the East Coast and helped sustain the big New York oyster canning and export business back in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it would seem fair to recover some of their oyster shells back this way. And so I just wonder what the reach of the oyster shell acquisition programs might be in order to sustain a larger footprint program towards some ultimate goal.
Sure.
It's a vague question, but if you have any thoughts about it
I
here or later, I'd love to
I
hear
have
'em.
many thoughts about this. It keeps me up at night. So if I'm correct, you sort of asked two questions. The first was asking about the decision-making process or the goal-setting process. So we participate in a stakeholder group facilitated by the North Carolina Coastal Federation, that establishes goals on a 5-year basis. That's called the North Carolina Oyster Blueprint. And the Coastal Federation heads all of that up and creates those goals in coordination with the division. And so we work along sort of that as a guide, a framework. It's an open invitation to be participant on that. It's open to all stakeholders, and I'm sure the Coastal Federation would be happy to invite any additional stakeholders. The second part of your question, or the second question, if I'm correct, was the reach of sort of oyster shell collection. And so it's some of you may have heard of the oyster wars that occurred years ago. We've got sort of a new type of war, if you will, and it's the shell war. There's a considerable amount of competition among coastal states, even our neighboring states, on oyster shell and how to get that shell. And unfortunately, much of that shell is being sold out of state. So we are not able to get those shells, and it's for a number of reasons. It's not because we're the lowest bidder necessarily. It's often because of requirements that wholesalers have on their oysters, and shucking houses purchasing those materials and then requiring the shells to be returned. So there are a number of issues surrounding oyster shells that we can't necessarily just bid our way out of. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, mostly, although I'll just observe that there also are farmed and cultured oyster materials, including Cress Austria, Gygass, and others from the West Coast and other places, for that matter, triploids and other things that might be producing artificial shell that is nonetheless shell.
Sure,
From
and
an ecological standpoint that might, and I'm assuming the financial footprint is higher to acquire, transport, and deliver those materials. But again, I'm thinking instead of the short term, where you might go in the long term, and what kinds of flows of materials might and might not be available, and what the cost might be.
Right. So with the sort of explosion, if you will, of oyster mariculture and shellfish mariculture, those are some exciting opportunities for us, and we've actually made connections with some growers in regard to receiving some of their shell product as well. So we're excited to explore those opportunities.
Commissioner Corbett.
Yeah, so another problem we're getting ready to have in '24, the legislators with the Shellfish Growers Association decided in their infamous wisdom that they would make it to where we couldn't relay out of polluted areas like we've done since 1988 and never had anybody get sick off of it. But I think the federal government come in. So now to make our leases comply, we won't be able to relay oysters anymore to get our quota. So now we have to buy oysters. All bottom lease people are going to have to buy oyster shell. Like I've just made a deal with the guy in supply to make sure I can get enough to take care of my leases. So once again, where the state used to get oysters from supply, all the guys down south are going to be having to buy those oysters now because we've got no other way to meet our quota to keep our leases. So, it's like one step forward and 3 steps backwards every time.
Anything else? Okay. Right.
Thank you. So I'll continue with a discussion on artificial reefs now. And before getting into too much detail on our programs here in North Carolina, I'll just give you a little primer on artificial reefs. So what are they? Well, they're hard-bottom habitats that are built using non-natural materials placed in otherwise featureless areas. The objective of artificial reefs overall is to provide fishing and diving opportunities, and with that, they're sited with public accessibility in mind. In general, they're designed to be stable and durable, and so we select materials that are stable and durable. So ships, demolished bridges, concrete pipe, and reef balls are all common materials that are used on artificial reefs nationwide. Here at home in North Carolina, we manage 70 artificial reefs. 27 of those are in our estuary. They range in size from about 10 acres to 140 acres. 15 of those 27 are oyster sanctuaries, but we consider them a functional type of artificial reef. The remaining 43 are located in the ocean. I should mention in this figure that the black dots are what we would consider true artificial reefs. The yellow dots are our oyster sanctuaries that sort of serve that multiple purpose. And I should also note that the majority of our artificial reef program efforts are funded by sport fish restoration funds as well as the Coastal Recreational Fishing License program. So how do we build these guys? Once again, same prescription. We buy material, it's delivered to a stockpile site. We hire a vendor. The vendor loads it onto their vessel. This time, much larger vessels, typically ABS-style ocean-going vessels. They take it to a reef site that we've predetermined, and they deploy those materials overboard. Artificial reefs, most recently, we focused on the use of concrete pipe because it's essentially free to us, donated. But we have historically reefed things like vessels and engineered reef units that you'll see photographs of in the bottom there. Reef program has been quite busy itself. In the last couple of years, we've enhanced 17 artificial reefs. This is a list of all of those artificial reef enhancements, and I won't go through the details, but a couple of points I'd like to make. The first is that AR-130, that's the top left of that little boxed-in area. That's our northernmost ocean reef site. And AR-460 in the lower right of that box is our southernmost reef site, and everything else falls in between. So there's a decent spread of enhancements up and down the coast. That's point number one. Point number two is just the total tonnage. If you just sort of glaze over and look at all the tonnage of material there, it's a significant amount of material that's gone overboard in the last 3 years. And then the final point I'd like to make with this box is the Bonner Bridge. The Bonner Bridge project was a multi-year project in partnership with the North Carolina Department of Transportation and their vendor PCL, where we received all the demolition debris from the replacement of that bridge. That's a Dare County bridge for those who may not be familiar, crossing Oregon Inlet. And that project was the cumulative tonnage of that project is the single largest project in North Carolina history and potentially the single largest project in U.S. history. So very, very, very significant effort, and we're happy and very excited to have that project completed. Reef program, aside from just building reefs, has been busy evaluating those reefs. I mentioned a side scan survey or bathymetric survey that our crowd collected for the sanctuary program. That same side scan survey group has been surveying our artificial reefs. So they've conducted hydrographic surveys. This is side scan, backscatter, and high definition, three-dimensional bathymetric imagery of 7,600 acres of reef habitat. All of those data are used to update our online artificial reef guide, and we collect those data very quickly after a reef project is completed and try to update our guide as quickly as possible. So when you go to that guide, you can feel confident that the data that you're seeing is the freshest, best data that we have. Aside from side scan survey, they are also our diver group. So the divers have been conducting visual surveys on artificial reefs, 30 of which have been surveyed in the last 3 years. And those surveys are more a physical assessment to just evaluate the condition of the material and make sure they're still performing as intended in terms of stability and durability. In the queue for the artificial reef program, we've got 3 projects coming up. The first of which is planned for September next month of 2023. We're establishing and constructing a new reef site near Pamlico Point. That'll be AR-293, and it'll be built using a combination of reef balls and matrix units in partnership with CCA. In spring of 2024, we are targeting an enhancement to an existing reef site inshore of Buxton, the Clam Shoal area. That's AR 296. And that will be a combination of aggregate rock and recycled concrete. And then in summer of 2024, moving out into the ocean offshore of Cape Lookout at AR 305, we are interested in reefing a vessel, although we have not yet identified that particular vessel. So wrapping up this presentation, I just wanted to leave a couple of summary points, things to think about. First of which is I think we can all agree that happy, healthy reef habitat is critically important for fisheries. It's why the division has these programs. It's why I'm here talking to you about it today. Also, investing in these reef enhancements can be considered an insurance policy to help sustain fisheries for future generations. So reef enhancement is critically important. North Carolina Division of Marine Fisheries is a clear leader in reef enhancements. We have arguably the most robust shellfish rehabilitation effort among coastal states and one of the largest and most active artificial reef programs in the nation. So as a state, we should all be very proud of this accomplishment, but we should also humbly recognize the need for continued improvement, and that's where I'm here today asking for public engagement. We want to know how we're doing. We want feedback on what has been done and what we will do in the future. So I encourage all of you to reach out to your constituents, let them know we're here. My door's always open, my phone's always on. I'm happy to hear from folks. So with that, I'll entertain any additional questions that we have. One point I'll make is that this is a QR code. If you scan it with your phone, it'll take you to our reef guide, and you can see all of the recent work, all of the work for that matter, on our artificial reefs and oyster sanctuaries.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Questions or comments? Got one question for you. Of those 43 offshore reefs, how many of them are beyond 3 miles? Roughly.
You're jogging my memory now. I'll have to get back with you on that one.
Half or just?
A little over half.
A little over half. Okay, that's good enough.
Yep.
That's good enough.
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation. It's a very important program. Okay, it's a little bit before 12, and we're a little bit ahead. We're going to give an hour and a half for lunch in case anybody wants to go off property, because you're going to need it with this traffic up here. Thank God I don't live here. But
We thank God for that, too.
I'm sure you do. Yeah. So we'll see everybody back here at 1:30. Okay, it's 1:30. I'm tempted to say lines in the water, but I won't say that. Yes, old habits are hard to break sometimes. Okay, we are moving on to our annual Fisheries Management Plan Review. Brandy, Lee, Steve, y'all are up to bat.
Hello, I'm back. So I'm Brandy Salmon again. I'm the section chief for our license and statistics section. And then sitting here with me is Lee Paramore, who is the Northern District Manager for Fisheries Management, and then Steve Poland, who is the section chief for our Fisheries Management section. So we are going to talk to you today about the annual monitoring of fishery management plans, which we call FMPs. So there are a lot of details happening and a bunch of people collectively working in the background, but we'll just stick to one slide's worth and we'll give you an overarching flow of data and how it moves through the division and to the MFC. So the first step is to collect the data, pretty straightforward. Step 2 involves the analysis of the collected data and updating the FMPs. And then finally, the last step uses the FMP updates to inform management decisions. So I'm going to briefly explain what kind of data we collect, how we collect it, and then how we store and process that data here at the Division of Marine Fisheries. So there are 2 types of data that are collected, so species data and fisheries and environmental data. So there are so many different variables of data that the division collects, but a few examples of species data include things like lengths and weights, the age of fish using their scales and their otoliths or their ear bones, sex, genetics, diet, and so fisheries and environmental data include things like gear types, water temperatures and water samples, socioeconomic data, fishing effort, and habitat. So now that we know what data we wanted to collect, how do we go about collecting it? So there are 2 types of methods that we use, dependent sampling and independent sampling. And dependent sampling means that we rely on or depend on others or the fishery to provide us with the data or the opportunity to sample. And then independent sampling means that we can independently go out and do the sampling and collecting ourselves without that reliance on others for the data. So some examples of programs and surveys that collect dependent data are the Quota Monitoring Program, the Observer Program, and even the Fisheries Economics Program. So a few surveys that collect independent data are the Juvenile Trawl Survey and the Red Drum Longline Survey. So a lot of the independent surveys at the division are referred to as programs, and they're kind of assigned a specific number for that program. So for instance, the independent GillNet survey is known as Program 915 to us. So, of course, there are a lot more programs and surveys that aren't listed, so if you're interested in more information on our sampling projects, then you can reach out to me or to Steve. Oh.
I'm sorry, this isn't the most relevant question, but could you tell me how they got the specific numbers? I've always wondered.
That isn't me.
I can tell you that a lot of our programs are grouped into categories by the type of program that they are. Like if it's fish house type data, it's usually like program 400s. So like 461's estuarine gill nets and 434 is ocean sink nets. And then our independent programs are like usually in the 300s or the 900s. But yeah, it's just for our internal purposes, really. It means nothing to the public.
No, I understand, but it's always been something I'm very interested in internally, so thank you for helping.
From a database standpoint, to have a 3-digit code that you can put in a database is an easy way to signify that that came from that program. So it's kind of a data tracking type element.
No, that answers my question. Thank you.
I also did not know that, so good to know. Okay, so now we know what data we wanted to collect, and then we know how to collect it, but where does that collected data actually go? So the details get a little bit nerdy, but we're going to stick to the basics. So the data gets entered into a database. Some databases are division-owned, and the biological database, or what we call the BDB, and the Fisheries Information Network, which is what we call FIN. And so other databases are hosted by other agencies. So I mentioned earlier Alvin being the way that we sell our licenses, recreational fishing licenses. It's now called Go Outdoors. That is hosted by WRC. And then MRIP, which was Marine Recreational Information Program, that is hosted by NOAA for recreational catch and effort data. So then the data is reviewed and edited, and you look for any mistakes or errors using any kind of quality assurance or quality control measures. And then once all the QA/QC checks are complete, the data is officially stored as final and it's ready to be used. So now I'm going to hand it over to Lee to talk about annual F&P reviews.
All right, thank you, Brandy. So I'm going to build on some of the information that Brandy provided to show how the data collection and analysis that she described leads to our annual F&P review. Just so you know, we do our annual F&P review every year. I guess one of the main reasons I'm here is just to let you guys know that this is something you always have access to. It's on our website, and it's a resource for you, it's a resource for us, and it's a resource for the public. So I'm going to go through some things to show you how you can access the annual F&P review and what we call our F&P updates. So for the commission, you guys require us as a division to report the status of F&Ps to the commission at your first business meeting after July. So we always do this in August. Each year, the annual F&P reviews are done for the 13 state-managed species. I'll show you those in a little bit on a couple slides. We also have 21 additional species or species groups that are managed by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission or one of the councils, the Mid-Atlantic Council or the South Atlantic Council. As Brandy mentioned, the F&P annual reviews are informed each year by the new data that is collected by the division. So to do this, each spring, our species leads, which we have many of, review available data. They perform appropriate analysis and provide the results through the most current year in graphs and tables for their species. Providing trends in the surveys and characterizing the landings allows the division to monitor trends in the data each year. All of this information is provided in each report. Staff also include data on the most recent stock assessment, so you can determine overfishing is occurring for that particular species, and that's updated each year. Stock assessments do typically only occur about every 5 years. So we do use these annual reviews as an interim way to review the data so we can look at our trends and analysis, trends and landings, and those sorts of things, just to see how things are going, if there's any red flags that we want to bring to your attention. So we also review any ongoing management based on the most current information. And through these F&P reviews, we also make any recommendations for changes, changes to schedules or otherwise, or highlights or things that need to be provided to you in this presentation each year. So this is our homepage on our website. So if you just Google, put in the search engine NCDMF, this page is going to pop up. If you go to it and you look at it, there's going to be some primary links on the homepage. Each of these pictures is a primary link. The annual F&P review can be found under the Managing the Fisheries link, which is the nice picture of the red drumtail that you see with the red circle around it. And you get through this through our main page, like I said. So it's easy to find if you know what you're looking for. Once you click on the link, you will immediately see a link to our fishery management plans. If you follow that link to our fishery management plans, you'll find this page. There are 3 links provided here in the center of the page for our fishery management plans, and I'll talk about each one. The first one is a big document that covers all of the F&P updates in one compiled document. It's called our F&P review. The other one is where you can look at individual species, either the state-managed species or the interjurisdictional species, and we'll cover that in a second. If you click on the first link, you'll open the overall 2022 F&P review. This is a compilation of 34 F&P updates for both the state-managed species as well as the ASMC or Federal Council species. Since I said this is a compilation of 34 species, each document might be 10, 15, or 20 pages long, depending on the species and the amount of information in it. So overall, this is like a 700-page document. So if you need some sleep time and you can't go to bed, you can't get sleep, this might be a good document But if you just want to know about a particular species, I'm going to show you how you can just go look up red drum or look up spotted sea trout or look at flounder and just have the 15-page document. The full report, as mentioned, is comprised of the smaller reports. We call each one of these an F&P update. For each F&P update, the sections included in the report are the same. Those are listed here, so you can just kind of read through those. You can see how reviewing each of these individual reports can provide very good background for each of the managed species based on the different sections that are included. So we include information on prior management for the species as well as the current management, any goals and objectives that are in the plans, any monitoring and landing results, any research needs for the species, and much more is included. In the description of the stocks, what you see about middle way in those bullets, that's where we include the updated stock status for the species, whether it's overfished or whether overfishing has occurred. And finally, for the 13 state-managed species, as I've already mentioned, we do include any recommendations in these plans as the last section for anything regarding timing of the next F&P review or any information that needs to be considered as a change to the current schedule, which Corinne will cover in her talk coming up. So what if you don't want to sift through 700 and some pages of a large document? Then you just click on one of these next two green links here with the red arrows. The second and third links indicate they provide direct access to the individual reports for each of the state-managed species and then the interjurisdictional species. For an example, let's assume you're interested in spotted sea trout and the state F&P for spotted sea trout. So I'm going to take you through the spotted sea trout F&P update. So we're going to click on the state-managed species link. It's going to open up this page, which has a drop-down for each of the species. I told you I would show you each of the 13 species. So this is the first 6 state-managed species, if you're just interested in what species we manage as a state agency directly. So it's not through ASMSC or the councils. This is the state F&Ps that we have. And then if you scroll down, you get the remaining 7 species. And since we're interested in spotted sea trout, we're going to click on the spotted sea trout link here. This is just like it looks on our webpage. That's going to drop down this page. It's going to give you this little blurb at the bottom. This is an important blurb because the text provides key information on the species of interest. In this case, it summarizes the stock status based on the 2022 stock assessment for spotted sea trout. It provided some recent landings information. It notes that there's a formal review of the F&P that's currently underway. And each species update, it also provides the names, and it's very important, the names and the contacts for the species experts for the division. So if you ever have a question, this is a place you can go to get the name, number, email of the right person to contact for that species. So that's a really good resource for you as well. But now we're going to click on that little green link in the middle, and it's going to open up the spotted sea trout annual F&P update. I'm not going to go through the F&P update, but I'm just going to show you some of the different things that are covered within the F&P update. These data are synthesized and provided in tables and figures. In this case, I'm just going to go through some of the figures just for better visualization for you. While the layout of each F&P update is the same, some of the information may vary a little bit based on the information that's available for the species or the type of data that we have that's pertinent to that species. So we do allow the species leads to kind of use a little bit of discretion in what they provide to give you the best information. Here we just see the information for spotted sea trout that is directly related to the stock status as determined from the 2022 stock assessment. This graph, if you wanted to follow along, you do have a copy of this in your materials, but you can look at that later and just follow along here. But this graph is taken directly from Figure 1 of that report. As reported, the stock status section, spotted sea trout are currently not overfished. That is that the spawning stock biomass is above the overfished threshold. Biomass values above the horizontal line, which you see on the graph, indicate that the stock condition is not overfished. So we have pretty high biomass for spotted sea trout according to the current stock assessment. This graph is Figure 2 from your spotted sea trout F&P update. And for this graph, we can see the trend in fishing mortality or rate at which spotted sea trout are being removed annually from the population due to fishing pressure. The points below the line indicate stock condition where overfishing is not occurring, and points above the horizontal line indicate a stock condition where fishing mortality is too high, and the stock is said to be experiencing overfishing. The graph indicates that overfishing is occurring for this population in 2019. That's the most current year of the stock assessment, and would be the last circle on the graph on the very bottom line. The spotted sea trout leads will provide more details on the status of spotted sea trout and provide an update on the progress of amendment to the spotted trout FMP, which is currently underway, and that'll happen later today. This amendment will directly address the overfishing that's occurring from spotted sea trout, as we see in this graph. This is figure 3 from the FMP update. It provides commercial landings of spotted sea trout from 1991 to 2022. The same information can be found in table 1 of the FMP update if you just want to look at the actual values. You can see from landings, they range from about 100,000 pounds to approximately 750,000 pounds for commercial from year to year, and these are variable from year to year. And we've seen an increase in those last 4 years for spotted sea trout, and that's also true in the recreational fishery, which I will show you here. This is figure 3 from your report for the FMP update. It shows recreational landings for the same time period, 1991 to 2022. You can see from the y-axis, which is the vertical axis, that the recreational landings are much greater than the commercial landings, and we've seen a steady increase over time in recreational landings. In recent years, recreational landings have ranged from about 3 to 4.5 million pounds per year. So quite a bit more than the commercial. Harvest data will also be covered in more detail when the species leads give their update later today. There are several graphs in the FMP updates that show length composition for both the commercial and the recreational fisheries, so I just picked one here to show you. This one example is from figure 5 of the FMP update, and it shows the size composition of spotted sea trout harvested specifically during the year 2022. There's one graph in there that shows it for the whole time series in a bubble plot. For both the commercial, and which is in the hatch bars on the very bottom, and then for the blue bars, which is the recreational fishery. So you can see most fish harvested for both those sectors range anywhere, mostly from about 14 to 19 inches, with some larger and smaller fish being caught as well. Here's an example of one of our indices of abundance for spotted sea trout, and there are 3 separate indices in the FMP update if you're interested in looking at all of them. This example is figure 9 in the FMP update. It provides trends in the fall independent gillnet index from 2003 to 2022. The blue line represents the index value, while the gray shaded area illustrates the level of precision around that estimate. The missing value in 2020 was due to the COVID restrictions in place where we were not able to sample. So if you're just wondering why there's a break in the line, the index has been variable but has generally been trending up over time, and we see this with our spring index as well. And both of these were inputs into the stock assessment that we just updated. One question our species leads often receive is about the size of, at age of different species. So in each of our FMP updates where data are available, we provide information on age and growth. This is just one of the graphs that's for spotted sea trout. It's figure 11 in the report. It provides the mean size at age of spotted sea trout that have been aged by the division from 1991 to 2022. The blue circle is the average size or the average length at age, while the gray bars represent the range of lengths that were observed at that age. So you can see from the species like spotted sea trout, we see quite a bit of overlap in length at age. The maximum observed age for spotted sea trout, which is also here, is age 9. And as there's also information on table 4 in the report that provides the number of age samples we collect each year, as well as the range of ages that we collect each year is available in that table. Another popular question we get from the public involves where species occur and how far they migrate. So this is an addition to the FMP update for this year. We added the tagging data and the graphs to our FMP updates for the species that are tagged by the division. So this includes spotted sea trout, red drum, southern flounder, striped bass, and cobia. The figure on the slide is figure 12 in your FMP update. Table 7 also in the report also provides the number tagged by year and the number recaptured by year. You can also get information on the days at large and the distance traveled for the species for each year. The yellow triangles on the left side of the figure that you see on the slide show the release locations from 2014 to 2022. This graph represents over 12,000 releases of spotted sea trout in coastal North Carolina. So quite a few fish have been released, and we do this either through division staff and also through volunteers. The red circles on the right represent the recapture locations for that same time period of 2014 to 2022. And this includes nearly 800 spotted sea trout recaptures that were reported back to the division. Just one important note here is most of the recaptures do occur within North Carolina, but as you can see, the expanded range in the graph on the right includes the Chesapeake Bay. And we do see quite a few recaptures up in the Virginia waters of the Chesapeake Bay. This is consistent with our stock unit for North Carolina and Virginia being included as a stock unit for and the stock assessment and how we manage spotted sea trout in our F&P. All of the prior slides provided for spotted sea trout serve just as an example of the type of information that you can get from the F&P updates. Don't be intimidated by the really large document. Just know that you can click on the individual species and get the shorter versions if that's what you want to look at. And I want to once again remind the commission that you can always get the information off our website anytime, 365 days a year. And you can always contact the species leads if you have questions about any of the information that are in these reports. And I believe with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve, and he's going to cover some of the highlights for this year.
Let me ask you a question real quick. If an individual want to be part of the spotted sea trout tagging program, how does one become part of the program?
The best way to do it would be to contact Amy Staples in our Washington office.
Okay.
And we do workshops periodically to train people to tag the fish. So they would have to go through a training workshop.
Sure.
And then, in most cases, depending on the species and our needs, we can set them up with the tagging kit
All
and
right.
get them involved.
Cool, thank you.
Yep, we're always looking for new taggers, so it's good. All right. All right, so Brandy and Lee covered what types of information we include in the fishery management plan updates and how they're structured. Now I'm going to highlight the utility of these updates in informing the management discourse and how we at the division use these to monitor the fisheries and make recommendations to you all on management under these fishery management plans by pointing out a few key species and trends that we feel we need to bring to your attention today. So I'm going to be summarizing state-managed species today. For federal and interstate fisheries, Chris Batsavage and Trish Murphy, who've already presented to you this morning, typically cover those species during their updates. However, the division does provide fishery management plan reviews for these species, and they're included in the annual fishery management plan review document that Lee just walked you through. These F&P reviews are an invaluable reference document about the latest status of fisheries in North Carolina, and as Lee mentioned, they include information on current and historical trends in landings and discards, summaries of various fishery monitoring programs that the division administers, and a detailed summary of management strategies adopted by the Marine Fisheries Commission through fishery management plans. And I will just say, a lot of questions that you may have or the general public may have about our species are included in these documents. And I'll say, when I get a phone call, someone asking, about bay scallops or something else, I immediately go to these plans before I go anywhere else. So in practice, the division uses these annual reviews to evaluate the current state of the stock relative to landings and survey data to consider if any changes to management or monitoring are needed. This can range from modifying the timing of a stock assessment and assessment updates if information suggests that this may provide better and more timely management advice, to adjusting the timing of fishery management plan reviews and development if an emerging issue necessitates more immediate actions, or simply if management should be adjusted in the moment following the adaptive management measures included in your fishery management plans. A quick note on adaptive management. These are measures that are predetermined in your fishery management plans where the Marine Fisheries Commission adopts a list of actions or frameworks that empower the director to utilize proclamation authority to adjust management in more real time. These adaptive measures essentially specify what the variable conditions are that the director may use their proclamation authority to address and what those actions may be. All right, so onto the plan review. Over the next few slides, I'm going to highlight a couple of our state-managed species and point out some key things in the trends that we observed after the reviews this year. I'm going to start out with blue crab. So the North Carolina blue crab stock was last assessed in 2018, and it was determined that the stock was overfished and overfishing was occurring. The Marine Fisheries Commission adopted Amendment 3 to the Blue Crab Fishery Management Plan in 2020, which included measures to address the overfish and overfishing status of the stock. These measures included implementing a 5-inch minimum size limit for mature female hard crabs, a closed harvest period, prohibiting the harvest of immature female hard crabs, and a 5% cull tolerance. The amendment also included adaptive management measures, which provide the Director Proclamation Authority to implement measures to achieve sustainable harvests as defined by the stock assessment. We've heard from numerous fishermen and dealers over the last few years that blue crab numbers appear to be down across the state. And in fact, we've seen the lowest ever recorded landings of blue crab in North Carolina the last 3 years. It is worth noting that the number of trips over this time have remained relatively consistent. So effort is not necessarily a factor in these reduced landings. This is corroborated by division fishery independent sampling data that shows declining abundance, thank you, Lee, in crabs in our adult and juvenile surveys. Given this information and the concerns raised by stakeholders over the last few years, we informed you last year that we moved the scheduled stock assessment update up for blue crab based off of these concerns, and we are on track to present that to you at your next commission meeting. The results of the updated stock assessment should provide the Director and the Marine Fisheries Commission with the best available information to consider which actions may need to be taken to rebuild the stock. So next, we'll move on to striped mullet. As you recall from your last meeting, you took action to adopt Supplement A to Amendment 1 of the Striped Mullet Fishery Management Plan. The most recent stock assessment of striped mullet determined that the stock was overfished and that overfishing was occurring. Supplement A addressed overfishing of the striped mullet stock by implementing the needed reductions to end overfishing while the division drafts Amendment 2 to the Fishery Management Plan. And you'll receive an update on the development of this amendment later today from Willow Patton. And here, I'll turn to the information summarized within the plan review for striped mullet and highlight some of the information you have on the performance of the fishery recently. So during development of Supplement A, we heard from many people in the fishery that fish were available in very high quantities. And this was confirmed by trip ticket landings indicating that harvest in 2022 exceeded levels not observed since the year 2000. In contrast, Division Independent Gillnet survey data recorded the lowest index value since the survey began. It's important to note that fishery independent sampling is not influenced by localized aggregations of fish, market conditions, or fisher efficiency. And such, the results from a survey can be considered representative of the current stock abundance. Because of this fact, it's not uncommon for fishery landings to show differing trends with survey data. And given the current stock status of striped mullet and declining survey indices, continued development of Amendment 2 to the Fishery Management Plan is needed and required to rebuild this stock. And again, we'll have more for you on the progress of that amendment later on in your meeting. So next, we'll turn to estuarine striped bass, and specifically the Albemarle Roanoke Sound river stock. So abundance of adult striped bass and spawning success within the Albemarle Sound Roanoke river stock has been in decline for many years now. And this prompted the division and the Wildlife Resources Commission to update the stock assessment this year through 2021. These results were presented to you at the May business meeting, and the FMP update for striped bass contains survey data through 2022. So here we can see that the juvenile index and adult spawning index both show the same low trend as recent previous years, indicating that the stock is still in poor condition. Nathaniel Hancock will present to you all tomorrow morning additional details on the stock condition of striped bass, including information on potential causes of recruitment failure in the stock, supplemental stocking efforts by the division and the Wildlife Resources Commission, and the adaptive management actions available under Amendment 2 to the Striped Bass Fishery Management Plan. And last, we'll end with shrimp. The Shrimp Fishery Management Plan covers the 3 species of shrimp harvested in North Carolina: pink, brown, and white. Excuse me. So there's no stock assessment for shrimp, as they're considered an annual crop, meaning the typical lifespan rarely exceeds a year, and annual abundance is highly dependent on environmental conditions. Although the fishery consists of all 3 species of shrimp, division surveys are only adequate to survey brown shrimp numbers from the estuarine trawl survey. And this survey is conducted in May and June and is a good indicator of brown shrimp landings in later months as shrimp grow into the fishery, as indicated by the first figure. However, more so in recent years, white shrimp have dominated the landings of shrimp in North Carolina, with a large proportion of those landings coming from ocean waters as opposed to estuarine waters. Combined shrimp landings were back down towards the long-term average in 2022, which is most likely attributed to a combination of low ex-vessel prices, influx of imported shrimp, and high fuel prices. So before we move on from shrimp, as part of implementing Amendment 2 to the Shrimp Fishery Management Plan, I wanted to note that the Marine Fisheries Commission will receive 2 reports in the coming months relative to shrimp. First, the division will report on the establishment of an adaptive management framework to address issues related to submerged aquatic vegetation identified through division collaboration with the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan staff, the Habitat and Water Quality Advisory Committee, and stakeholder groups. This will allow greater protection of SAV by identifying areas where its presence has expanded and further protecting it from bottom disturbing gear. And second, you'll receive an information paper on the feasibility and use of a long-term shrimp trawl observer program for the state. So with that, I want to thank the commission for hanging with us for this presentation, all 3 of us. I hope it was informative. And before I turn it over to questions, I just wanted to briefly acknowledge all the division staff that worked to put these review documents together. This not only includes the species leads, but numerous staff from other sections who are responsible for collecting and summarizing fishery monitoring data. And if you have specific questions about any of the species and information included in your FMP reviews, species lead contact information is included on our website, and I really encourage everyone to reach out to individuals if you have questions. So with that, Brandy, Lee, and I are happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. The presentation was very informative. Questions? Yes, Commissioner Rader.
Thank you. Really great job, all 3 of you. And I know maybe your jobs are among the hardest to take, excuse me, complicated, raw nature and turn it into a system that we can think we understand and manage. I want to step back, though, into your 3-step process and ask a question related to how information turns into management and feedback back into information, and particularly the role of stock assessment processes in driving FMP amendments and then responses to that, because you make it sound like it's a one-way flow of information. In other words, you take the best information you have and you use that to the best you can to drive management. But the truth is that one can then recognize from that process the relative flaws that exist in the adequacy of that information and focus on those on purpose in order to create a more robust feedback. And what I'm thinking about is, to tell you the honest truth, I'm persuaded by this, and the 0.21 pound number from that South Carolina best available science probably is irrelevant to the North Carolina management circumstances, and more importantly, to what we might do together to do a better job there. And so the question becomes how to use the stock assessment process as a laboratory in itself to consider the ways in which what we know and don't know affects how well we do in the long term. And I don't mean to preach, but I think I made the same comment last August, and that is I believe that we can, with proper resourcing and staffing, actually use those science processes to drive better understandings of what-ifs related to stock assessment. And so just as one example, let's say this is wrong. And let's say it's 2 times this, or 3 times this, or 5 times this, or whatever. We could spend a ton of money filling data gaps and still not on average do much better in the bottom line on the stock assessment, as you well know. But we can use sensitivity analysis and other approaches to actively test those areas of key uncertainty in the stock assessment. And so you get the model right through your process. You say, okay, what if we're wrong here and here and here and here, and see if it makes a difference or not. And then at worst, you can assure the public that you've fully explored the consequences of uncertainty. I think it's particularly important right now as we're looking as a state at introducing new uncertainties in how management works. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to revisit the WRC thing right now, but I will tomorrow, because I think it's really important now. We're thinking in terms of accountability and who gets what and whether we know or not they get it. But that's just as important in terms of how that inputs into the stock assessment process, the goal-setting process, and the management design process. And so if there's huge uncertainty on new sources of mortality, and we want to know how badly we're hurt, our likelihood of hitting targets is hurt, and I'll say how likely we are to actually achieve our obligations under interstate and federal law, we can't really do that unless those questions are asked at the time you're looking at the models. And so all I'm suggesting is that we take one of these, maybe the one we care about that's coming up, which is the stock assessment for the southern flounder, and just recognize that there are a number of areas of key uncertainty. Well, first of all, running it through the model to show that, in fact, those are the areas of key uncertainty. The other ones don't matter. And in those areas, if we have some additional resources, we can put them into those solving problems that actually give us a return, but also just recognizing the degree to which the results might be falsified or compromised by that uncertainty. So I'm not sure what the time frame is for completing that stock assessment and turning it into the next iteration of the FMP and all that. But we need one that's early enough where we actually could do that. And maybe you could look and propose something else, but I'd like to know specifically when and how we might intervene in terms of anticipating and quantifying the consequences of our lack of knowledge about these things. And it just seems to me that Southern Flounder might be a great place to do that. I mean, sorry about it. It sounds like a soapbox. And I know you would love to have more resources to do it. But, I mean, isn't there a way to engage in your process between steps 1 and 2 in the stock assessment process to better explore some of the areas of uncertainty about management efficacy in an upfront and knowledgeable way?
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Rader. So I'll speak a little bit about, what are our, to borrow your terminology, feedback loops, in the process. And, I'll admit the 3 steps is a very simplistic, process. I mean, there's a lot.
I wasn't criticizing you.
No. I'm saying.
I'm looking for opportunities to not feel like we're dependent on an independent process that we can't intervene with, but I think there's an opportunity to use more of it, is what I'm saying.
So part of the stock assessment process, as well as the fishery management plan development process, we spend a lot of time, talking about research recommendations and evaluating our surveys to see, are we, sampling the stock appropriately, and are there improvements that we can do to our survey, and how that information is incorporated into the stock assessment. So I mean, that's something that we do for every stock assessment benchmark, not so much for stock assessment updates. Stock assessment updates are simply just updating the assessment, with additional data, but I mean, there are some flexibilities in that process. And as you well know, I mean, fishery management is, an exercise of balancing, scientific and management uncertainty to come to, a kind of a discrete decision on how citizens access, the resource. And that's not something that's, lost on any of us. And, as, fishery management section chief, I wear two hats. You know, the one hat is, you know, the fishery science hat where, you know, I'm constantly working with staff and, you know, we've got initiatives within the section to continue to, you know, expand survey and evaluate surveys and make sure that our surveys are giving us the type of information we need to manage our fisheries within our current fishery management governance process. And the other hat is the administrative hat, is do we have the resources, you know, to do that? And I feel like both of those are always in constant, you know, struggle. But specifically, you know, you mentioned the Southern Flounder Stock Assessment Update. We're hoping to have that to y'all early 2024, and that will update data through 2022, and part of that stock assessment update, we will be doing some sensitivity runs looking at some of those kind of driving parameters in that model, and that includes things like you know, discard numbers and discard weights and that kind of stuff. So, you know, we do have tools available to us to evaluate that kind of, you know, midstream, and we will present all of that information, you know, to the commission to help with your decision-making
Yeah,
process.
that's excellent, Stephen. I appreciate that. I just wonder if, given the circumstances, particularly that we're getting ready to, unless we can avoid it politically, introduce new uncertainty into the harvest side of these equations in joint and inland waters, whether it's a good time to make sure that some of those key questions are not only introduced into the stock assessment process, but adequately tested in order to report out back to the public, you know, what the results might be. So, I mean, I don't know with the current model whether it makes any difference or not in terms of setting, you know, goals or anything else there. Intuitively, it makes sense that if you're underrepresenting harvest by a factor of 2 or 3 or 4, not total harvest, not harvest, but sectoral mortality by a large fraction, that would make a big difference. But it might not. Yeah. And with a working model, you could test those things and just make it clear to the public, to users, whether that you have, first of all, answered those, recognized the uncertainty and addressed it with the tools and resources you have. And just make a real point of calling that out in this, and I would say every other sensitive stock assessment that goes forward, so that instead of fighting just about the management issues, the uncertainties in the science are front and center and recognized, but also assessed in terms of their consequences. And I'm not suggesting you don't do that. I'm just suggesting that we take the time right now on Southern Flounder to identify them clearly, and then go and make sure that they're reported out to us and then also to the public.
Yeah, we can certainly, you know, spend as much time as, you know,
And
we
if you need more
on that
resources,
discourse,
I don't have a big wallet, but maybe we can find some pro bono academic partners that might be interested in looking at some of those questions in order to publish the results.
And that's essentially our peer review process for the stock assessments too. You know, this is something we just did with the striped bass stock assessment update. We sent it back to the peer review panel because we had some questions about how to deal with some of the data gaps with, you know, COVID-19 and how that affected surveys. But, you know, that was a new technique that we tried with that. And, you know, we liked the feedback we got, and that's certainly within the realm of possibility to do for future assessment updates.
Well, I won't belabor it, but I admire the work that your whole teams do. It's really fabulous, really on the cutting edge of a very difficult set of information gathering, and to turn data into information is really hard. So thank you for all of that work. And I'm just thinking it's a good time to reflect a bit about the degree to which there's more opportunities to turn the science part of the house into also an information part of the house where there are things we don't adequately know.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? If not, thank y'all very much for your presentation. Very informative and very professionally done. Okay, moving on to our fishery management plans. Corin, I believe you're up first on that.
Before I start, I'm going to add to what Commissioner Rader was just saying. If anybody does have big pocketbooks and is looking for research to do, part of what Lee and Steve and Brandy just presented to you, each species has a comprehensive list of research needs. So anybody who wants to figure out what data we need can go into those annual reports and see what data gaps we're looking to be filled and use the big pocket they have to do that for us.
Of course, that's an infinite black hole for money, but all I'm suggesting is it would be nice to know what the return might be on those, or where those, how those priorities might stack up in terms of people seeing feedback into better information.
Okay. Thanks. Good afternoon. Topic at hand. My name is Corinne Flora. I am the Fisheries Management Plan Coordinator for the division. I present to you at each one of your meetings about our fisheries management plan processes and what is under the works at the division. Today I'm going to give an overview of the status of state fisheries management plans. You've heard many times today we call those FMPs, and the draft FMP review schedule for 2023 to 2028. There is no action scheduled for the commission. However, there are two corresponding documents in your briefing materials under fisheries management plans. The first is the annual fisheries management plan update that I give each August. That is on page 106 of your briefing materials. And the other is the table showing the FMP review schedule. And this comes after the annual update on spotted sea trout, and that is on page 131. So here's an overview of what we'll be covering in this presentation. First, we'll take a look at the species with state FMPs that the division is continuing monitoring of. We will also look at species for which the division is actively implementing the latest state FMP actions. Then we will see the draft FMP review schedule, and that's over the next 5-year period from 2023 to 2028, and includes those species that are, and I'll include those species that are currently under review and what is upcoming with those. So Brandy, Lee, and Steve already updated you on the full annual FMP review. I'm going to touch base on a few species which are moving along without a major change. For bay scallop, the comprehensive review in 2020 showed an extended period of low abundance and a lack of open seasons in any of the sectors, so no new management was deemed necessary at that time. Since then, bay scallops have met sampling triggers, which led to openings in specific regions in 2021 and 2022. The harvest levels during these openings were the lowest allowed harvest levels under that management. We will continue with the current management until the next comprehensive review of that plan. That is scheduled to begin in 2025. Also in 2020, kingfishes continued to meet their management triggers, or management targets, sorry. So management was continued as well. The FMP monitors the stock using management evaluation triggers to alert the division and the commission to potential needs for management action based on stock conditions. The analysis is updated each year and in the FMP review. This year shows no management changes are needed. The next comprehensive review of the plan is scheduled to begin in 2025. Red drum continues to meet management targets. The Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is currently conducting a benchmark stock assessment, which is scheduled to be completed in 2024. With the availability of this stock assessment to inform management, the next comprehensive review of North Carolina's FMP is scheduled to begin in 2024 after that is available. So now I'll touch briefly on 4 FMPs that were completed in 2022. Management changes were not needed for the river herring FMP. Therefore, the 2022 information update was adopted as the comprehensive review for river herring. The 2017 Atlantic Coastwide Stock Assessment update indicated that river herring remains depleted and at near historic lows on a coastwide basis. The Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission is currently working on a river herring stock assessment that is expected to be completed in 2024. All river herring management strategies have been maintained and outlined in the state and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission FMPs. The next comprehensive review for this plan is scheduled in 2027. Management changes were not needed for the North Carolina FMP for interjurisdictional species. Therefore, the 2022 information update was adopted as the comprehensive review for this plan as well. The goal of this FMP is the goal of the FMP for interjurisdictional fisheries is to adopt FMPs consistent with North Carolina state law approved by federal councils and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission by reference and implement corresponding fisheries regulations in North Carolina to provide compliance and compatibility with approved FMPs and amendments now and into the future. This important FMP eliminates duplication of effort at a state level, and the next comprehensive review of this plan is scheduled to begin in 2027. The Southern Flounder FMP Amendment 3 was adopted by the Commission in May 2022. Amendment 3 addresses long-term comprehensive management for the flounder fishery and is implemented by proclamation. The division is working in partnership with other Southeast states to update the regional stock assessment with data through 2022. Amendment 3 adaptive management allows flexibility in adjusting management based on the results of a stock assessment update. The next comprehensive review of that plan will begin in 2027. Finally, the Shrimp FMP Amendment 2 was adopted by the Commission in February of 2022. Amendment 2 management has been implemented through proclamation. The division is continuing work on habitat conservation and gear improvements as planned in Amendment 2. As Steve mentioned in the annual FMP review presentation, staff are working on 2 issue papers for the Commission to review in upcoming meetings, one on submerged aquatic vegetation and the other on the feasibility of a shrimp observer program. Another item from Amendment 2 is continuing gear testing in order to further reduce bycatch in the shrimp fishery. Currently, the gear specialist position with the division is vacant. When this position is filled, we plan to move forward with developing an industry work group to collaborate on continued gear efforts. The next comprehensive review for the shrimp plan is scheduled to begin in 2027. There are 2 other fisheries management plans for which the division is actively implementing the latest state FMP actions, both of which were in the presentation by Brandy, Lee, and Steve. The Estuarine Striped Bass Amendment 2, jointly developed with Wildlife Resources Commission, was adopted by the Commission at your November 2022 business meeting. In May, you were presented the results of the updated stock assessment the division and WRC staff completed with data through 2021. And tomorrow morning, Nathaniel Hancock will present additional information on estuarine striped bass. The Blue Crab FMP Amendment 3 was approved in February of 2020 to address the overfish status and end overfishing, as indicated by the 2018 stock assessment. The division is currently working on updating that stock assessment with data through 2022. Amendment 3 provides adaptive management measures to address changes in stock status based on stock assessment update. We're on track to present this stock assessment to you at your November meeting. So now we'll look at the FMP review schedule, which covers the next 5 years. This schedule links directly the annual FMP review you were presented by Brandy, Lee, and Steve to how we will schedule FMP reviews moving forward. The division uses the annual FMP review to inform the FMP schedule. Per General Statute 113182.1E, the DEQ Secretary is charged with monitoring the progress in the development and adoption of FMPs in relation to the FMP review schedule. Also, per General Statute 113182.1D, each FMP must be reviewed at least once every 5 years. The division reviews each FMP annually, as described by Brandy, Lee, and Steve, but the 5-year schedule sets forth the order in which the division will undertake a comprehensive review of each state FMP. Based on the annual FMP review, with data through 2022, the FMP schedule reflects no changes in the timing of comprehensive reviews. For the 2023-2024 fiscal year, we have 4 FMPs on the schedule, which I will review next. The 2022 stock assessment for spotted sea trout was completed with data through February of 2020. The division and peer review team deemed the assessment suitable for management use. The stock assessment indicated the stock is not overfished. However, overfishing is occurring. The division held a scoping period for Amendment 1 in March, and public input was presented to you at your May 2023 business meeting. At that time, the commission provided management input and also reviewed and approved the goal and objectives for that plan. With considerations gathered through scoping and the goal and objectives in mind, the division is currently drafting the Spotted Sea Trout FMP Amendment 1. Currently, staff are analyzing data and beginning the writing of this amendment. As Brandy brought up this morning, License and Statistics has been working diligently with a limited staff. Since this is a recreational-focused fishery, the data plays a large role for spotted sea trout management. With that in mind, the current schedule would tentatively approve the FMP in November of 2024. Moving on to the striped mullet FMP, which was reviewed during the annual FMP presentation. Nope, that was spotted sea trout. We're going to talk mullet now. The commission approved Supplement A to Amendment 1 in May, and the division is using input from the striped mullet workshop to complete drafting Amendment 2. The 2022 stock assessment for striped mullet was completed with data through 2019. The division and peer review team deemed the assessment suitable for management. The stock assessment indicates the stock is overfished and overfishing is occurring. The division plans to begin an update of the stock assessment once data through at least 2024 is available. The division held a scoping period in 2022 to inform Amendment 2, including management strategies based on the 2022 stock assessment. The commission gave management input at your November 2022 business meeting and approved the goal and objectives for Amendment 2. The division, with consideration on public input and the goal and objectives approved by the commission, completed the first draft of the Striped Mullet FMP Amendment 2. Development of Amendment 2 continues in collaboration with the Striped Mullet FMP Advisory Committee at the FMP workshop held in July. The updated draft Amendment 2 will be presented to you at your November business meeting for your approval for public and advisory committee review at that time. Final approval by the commission is scheduled at your May 2024 business meeting. The Hard Clam FMP Amendment 2 and the Eastern Oyster FMP Amendment 4 were approved in February of 2017. A traditional stock assessment is not available for these species due to data limitations. While the division continues to work towards improving data collection efforts with the goal of performing a stock assessment in the future, currently the population size and rate of removals is unknown. Review of both FMPs began in 2022. For the hard clam FMP, fluctuations, often in response to change in demand, improving harvest methods, and polluted shellfish area closures contribute to those fluctuations. For the oyster FMP, commercial landings from public bottom have been variable, and landings from private bottom have increased due to increased participation in mariculture. A public scoping period will be held for both species September 11th through the 22nd to inform development for both fisheries management plan amendments. Scoping is the best opportunity for public input. This allows staff full consideration and analysis of management strategies, thoughts, and concerns of stakeholders while developing a draft plan. There will be 4 in-person meetings. Those will be held in Manteo, Washington, Wilmington, and Morehead City. The Morehead City meeting, which will be on September 21st, will also include an online participation option for those who cannot be in person at one of those 4 meetings. The shellfish scoping document and meeting information are now available on the division's website. A press release went out for that on Tuesday. So the next step is, following this meeting, the director will send the draft FMP review schedule to the DEQ secretary for her review. There's no action scheduled for the commission related to this item. There's no action scheduled for the commission related to the FMP review schedule. Had too many notes in there. And with that, I'll take questions. As always, feel free to contact me or any of our leads outside of the meeting. If you want to talk FMP process or species, feel free to ask.
Thank you, Corin. Any questions, comments? Yes, sir. Commissioner Blanton.
Maybe this might be a little preliminary, but speaking of blue crab, you plan to have the update by the November meeting and present that to us. Based on the update and the status, if there's further action required, when would that action be entertained in trying to come up with further management action? What does that schedule look like? I'm sorry.
So that would be action that we would start working on an issue paper immediately for at that time. I can't confirm what the timing of that would be, but the director might have more on that.
Yeah, Commissioner Blanton, I think that does depend on what the results of the stock assessment are, because the Blue Crab FMP does have a pretty wide range of adaptive management options as well, may trigger some of those. It just really depends on what the results are, and we'll know more at that time.
I got a question.
Okay. Commissioner Corbett?
And it might not, you might not be the right person to ask, but you said that you couldn't do the oyster and scallop because you couldn't ascertain how many were in there or something like that, but
Currently, we have data limitations that are limiting our ability to do stock assessments for those two species. However, we have been working earlier in one of the presentations, they spoke about the oyster plan with Coastal Fed and all of that. We've been working with that group and with NC State? Nature Conservancy, thank you. Nature Conservancy to develop a sampling program to put in place so that we can obtain that data. So that is in the works right now to begin that program.
I'm trying to wrap my head, and I've done this for a long time, but I'm trying to wrap my head around how we can be so sure about the data on like striped mullet that goes from far above Virginia to all the way to Florida, out to the 50 fathom and back in, and we know exactly how many of them are and exactly what we need to do. But oysters and clams that lay on the bottom and don't go anywhere, we can't ascertain what we need to do with them. That just kind of, that just don't strike me right. I don't, and like I say, you might not be the right person to ask, but it was a question I had to
So
ask.
one of the other data limitations is that finfish, you're required a license. You're not required a license for the shellfish,
You're not?
for recreational, sorry. Needed to caveat that. So,
Or they're one bushel.
so for recreational harvest, that's another data gap there that
But if you
we'll
would,
probably talk, well, that's actually in the scoping document to discuss during these amendment processes of ways to capture that data. So
I'm
all of this
sure if
is
you
stuff
would
we'll talk
ask,
about
you
during
would find
scoping.
that 90% of the people that harvest oysters recreationally get that $30 for whatever that license is, so they can get a couple of bushels. But anyway, it was just a question I had to ask because it didn't sound right, one coming right behind the other. You know, we can track a fish that goes all over the United States, but we can't track something that lays right on the bottom, so.
Yep.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
No, that's valid questions, and those are things we will discuss during scoping, since we are aware of those data limitations and data gaps, and we're hoping to fill them in the near future.
All right, thank you.
Great. Anything else? If not, Corin, thank you very much for your presentation. Moving on to the striped mullet FMP update. Jeff, Willow, Dan, not Dunzap, Dan Zap.
Laura, can we pull that up on here?
And this one's just a verbal update.
Yeah, I don't usually.
Okay. Hey, my name is Willow Patton, and I'm joined here today by Dan Zaff. We're both fisheries biologists with the Division of Marine Fisheries and are two of the striped mullet leads. As Steve mentioned earlier, the North Carolina striped mullet stock is overfished, and overfishing is occurring in 2019, the terminal year of the stock assessment. Today, I'll be giving a brief overview of the Striped Mullet Fishery Management Plan Advisory Committee workshop and topics that were discussed. Division staff met in person with the Striped Mullet Fishery Management Plan Advisory Committee from July 25th to the 27th to review and discuss Draft Amendment 2 to the Striped Mullet Fishery Management Plan. This workshop is part of the Fishery Management Plan process and allows the Fishery Management Plan Advisory Committee and Division Plan Development Team to discuss and refine the draft amendment. Workshop-style meetings allow scientists, managers, and stakeholders on the committee to address questions, comments, and concerns more effectively and in a less formal setting. Management options for the commercial and recreational striped mullet fisheries in North Carolina were discussed at the meeting. Specific management options considered for the commercial fishery included minimum and maximum size limits, gear restrictions, area closures, seasonal catch limits or quotas, trip limits, day-of-the-week closures, and closed seasons. Specific management of the Bogue Bank stop net fishery was also discussed. The AC generally did not support commercial size limits, gear restrictions, and area closures as acceptable management options. Seasonal catch limits were discussed extensively, and while many positives were highlighted, they ultimately felt like this was not the best management option because it would be overly restrictive and result in a derby fishery. For the commercial fishery, the AC felt a combination of measures could be used to effectively rebuild the spawning stock and end overfishing without imposing severe restrictions on the industry, while also reducing user group conflict. The preferred options included components such as day-of-the-week closures and trip limits. The AC recommended 5 options that would reduce harvest from 22.3 to 29.3%, ending overfishing and rebuilding spawning stock biomass to at least the threshold. Other similar options could be developed that bring reductions closer to the target level and provide more of a buffer to ensure objectives are met. For the recreational fishery, implementing the same management as the commercial fishery is an option, but was not considered necessary because of differences between the recreational and commercial fisheries. Because of the lack of precision and available recreational data for striped mullet, it is not possible to quantify how individual management options would impact recreational harvest levels. But the AC and Division both agreed that management of the recreational fisheries should reflect the same sustainability objectives for the stock that are used in managing the commercial fishery. Management options considered for the recreational fishery included maximum size limits, more restrictive bag and vessel limits, and season or size-based bag limits. The AC also discussed options for limiting recreational harvest of striped mullet by recreational commercial gear license holders. The AC also made several research recommendations regarding investigating the impacts of climate change and habitat alteration and additional data collection and analysis. Finally, the AC agreed that developing an adaptive management framework for striped mullet should be considered, specifically ways to ease harvest restrictions once the stock has recovered. The striped mullet leads and PDT will revise the draft FMP based on input from the AC workshop, and the updated FMP will be presented at to the MFC at their quarterly business meeting in November for approval to go out to the public and standing advisory committee review. Amendment 2 is tentatively scheduled to be adopted in May of 2024. With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you very much. All right, now we need our update on the FMP development for spotted sea trout. Lucas, Jason, Laura. A cat left the room, maybe that's what it was. Go find Cat, maybe it was her. She sucked the power out of the room.
Just up here breaking things left and right. Just turn it towards me for a second. I'm gonna let you handle the computer before I break that too. Me? Maybe. Maybe. Hopefully, everybody has a real good imagination.
Do get your microphone a little bit closer if you could, whoever's going to be speaking. Okay, all right, cool.
There we go. You want to just start?
Did that go off?
It keeps trying to go off.
Look, Cat walks back in the room and look what's happened.
Cat, you broke it. Yeah, just keep it. So I'm just gonna have to, since they went off, I'm gonna do this. Oh gosh, these aren't touch screen. Isn't that awful? Everything should be touch screen. Oh, they're extended. Mm-hmm.
All right, we're good to go now. So good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on the spotted sea trout fishery and Amendment 1 to the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. I'm Melinda Lambert. I'm not Laura Lee. I'm a biologist out of the Manio office, and I'm a co-lead for the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. Up here with me is Lucas Pinsinger, who is a biologist out of our Morehead City office and is the other co-lead. Before we get into it, I do want to let you know up front that today's presentation is just informational. There won't be anything for you or anything you need to vote on. All right, we'll start off with a brief outline of today's presentation. First, we'll give an overview of the progress we have made on the spotted sea trout fishery management plan and some of the upcoming steps for Amendment 1. We'll focus on some of the updated data we have as it relates to sustainable harvest. We'll briefly talk about the spotted sea trout life history and how life history can affect management. And we'll finish up by sharing some of the projections that our stock assessment team has put together. To begin, we'll briefly outline the next steps for the Amendment 1 to the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. We have provided some tentative dates for each of those steps, but it's important to note that tentative is the key word here and that these timeframes could change. Currently, the spotted sea trout PDT planning development team is drafting Amendment 1. Sometime in early 2024, the PDT will meet with the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan Advisory Committee to further develop the Amendment 1 draft. After the Spotted Sea Trout Advisory Committee workshop, the Spotted Sea Trout PDT will continue updating the Amendment 1 draft. And we plan to be back in front of the Commission at your May 2024 business meeting for you all to review that draft FMP and to vote to send Amendment 1 for public and standing advisory committee review. You'll likely see us multiple times before then for similar updates to today, but we expect May 2024 to be the next meeting where you'll have to vote on the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. So to reiterate, there won't be anything we need from you today. This presentation is just informational to update you on where we're at. So we've talked about the status of the spotted sea trout stock at past meetings, but just as a reminder, the spotted sea trout stock is not overfished, but overfishing is occurring. To end overfishing, we need a reduction of harvest of around 19.9% up to 53.9%. This infographic you see here is similar to the one that we previously shared at your May business meeting. Through the input we received during public scoping and at your May meeting, we identified 4 specific spotted sea trout management issues. Sustainable harvest, recreational management, commercial management, and spawning stock protection will each be an individual issue paper in the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. We've also included some examples of what management options those issue papers might specifically address. We'll look at quantifiable management ideas, or those ideas where we can calculate a reduction from the management change. For example, we can quantify the reduction in harvest that would happen if we reduce the bag limit from 4 to 3 fish. We'll also look at non-quantifiable issues or non-quantifiable ideas or ideas that might benefit the stock but that we can't quantify a reduction from. So gear changes in the recreational fishery is a great example of a non-quantifiable management idea. For example, eliminating treble hooks would likely benefit spotted sea trout by reducing discard mortality, but currently we can't quantify that benefit. In order to calculate a reduction based on eliminating treble hooks, we would need to know how much such a change would reduce discard mortality and how many fishermen currently use treble hooks, but that's just data we don't have at this time. All right, so one reason we're seeing such high spawning stock biomass, despite very high harvest numbers, has to do with the life history of spotted sea trout. Life history is the collection of traits that directly affect spotted sea trout survival and reproduction. These are things like how fast they grow, how quickly they mature, how many eggs they can produce, and other factors that might affect survival and reproduction. Spotted sea trout grow very fast, especially in their early years. On average, females reach 12.8 inches in length, and males will reach a little over 9 inches in length after their first winter. Not only do spotted sea trout grow quickly, but they also mature early in life. Most can reproduce by age 1. Spotted sea trout exhibit high fecundity, which is a measure of how many offspring an individual can produce in a single spawning season or over its lifetime. Despite these previous characteristics, contributing to that high spotted sea trout spawning stock biomass, spotted sea trout are susceptible to cold stuns. North Carolina spotted sea trout are especially susceptible to cold stuns because they're near the northern extent of their geographical range. A cold stun happens when water temperatures get too low due to prolonged cold temperatures or runoff from snow or ice melt. If temperatures drop too quickly, spotted sea trout can get trapped and become lethargic. Cold stun fish also die, and if the cold stun event is widespread across the state, we can see a mass spotted sea trout mortality event, which can have significant impacts on the stock. The cold stun event protocol allows the director to close the spotted sea trout fishery by proclamation if a significant cold stun event is observed in 4 or more counties. The protocol was updated in 2016 to reduce subjectivity in the decision of whether or not to close the fishery. This update defines significant cold stuns as cold stuns where either 25 or more cold stunned spotted sea trout were observed in an area, water temperatures fall below 5 degrees Celsius for 8 consecutive days, or where water temperatures fall below 3 degrees Celsius for 24 consecutive hours. This allows surviving spotted sea trout an opportunity to spawn before the fishery reopens. The last major cold stun in North Carolina that led to a closure of the spotted sea trout fishery was 5 years ago in January 2018. Most often in our age samples, we see a max age of 6. So this means that a vast majority of the current population hasn't experienced a cold stun event. And that fact is evident when we look at the current high spawning stock biomass. Spawning stock biomass is the estimated number of mature female fish available to spawn. We estimate mature female spotted sea trout numbers because these are the fish that have the biggest contribution to a sustainable stock. Not only is abundance high, but fishers are catching large fish as well. So this figure you see is from the Spotted Sea Trout Annual Fishery Management Plan update and shows the length frequency of spotted sea trout harvested commercially from biological year 1993 through biological year 2022. Just a reminder, the biological year is from March through February of the following year. The size of the bubble corresponds to the proportion of fish caught at that length during each biological year. So in other words, larger bubbles mean more fish that were caught at that length. Since 2009, the year the 14-inch minimum size limit was implemented, we generally see a size increase in the fish. Here we're looking at the same plot, but for the recreational fishery. If we focus on the more recent years since the 2018 cold stun, we can see that there's a slight size increase with larger bubbles at greater lengths. And remember, larger bubbles mean more fish caught at this length, which means these bigger spotted sea trout are making up a larger proportion of the recreational catch relative to earlier years. We see that same trend in the North Carolina Saltwater Fishing Tournament. The Saltwater Fishing Tournament recognizes anglers for landing or releasing fish of exceptional size by issuing citations that document the catch for the angler. Here we're looking at the number of spotted sea trout citations handed out each year. One important note is that these data are on the calendar year, which is different than the biological year, which most of what we've looked at today has been on. The red arrows correspond to years with documented cold stuns. The division issues citations for harvested spotted sea trout greater than 5 pounds or released spotted sea trout greater than 24 inches. If we focus on the year of a cold stun or the year immediately following, we generally see the number of citation spotted sea trout is lower in those years. We can really see this, we can see that trend in 2010 where there was a cold stun in January and another in December. The number of citations issued for spotted sea trout was low in 2010 and even lower than in 2011. What we see since the 2018 cold stun closure is that the number of spotted sea trout citations has increased each year. In fact, this past year, the division handed out more citations than we've ever handed out in a single year, with a time series high of 1,094 citations. At this point, I'm going to turn things over to Lucas, who will talk about sustainable harvest and projections.
All right. Thank you, Melinda. And as Melinda mentioned, I'm Lucas Pensinger, and I'm a biologist out of the Morehead City office. So over the next few slides, I'd like to provide an update on some of the data that can impact sustainable harvest. We'll reiterate just one more time that the spotted sea trout stock is not overfished. However, overfishing is occurring. So that means that currently there are enough spotted sea trout in the population, but we're removing them from that population at a rate that is unsustainable. So spotted sea trout stock status is based on that independently peer-reviewed stock assessment. So harvest has a big impact on whether a fishery is sustainable, and it also represents the lever that we can adjust in order to try and ensure the sustainability of that fishery. So in this figure, we're looking at harvest in pounds by biological year and sector from biological year 1991 through 2022. And just remember that that biological year is March through February of the following year. So for example, biological year 2022 includes harvest from March 2022 through February of 2023. So this graph is a stacked bar graph, which just means that the height of the bar in a given year is the total pounds of harvest from both sectors. So the color of the bars represent how much of that total harvest comes from each sector, with the blue bars representing recreational harvest and the yellow bars representing commercial harvest. So if we look at that final year, again, biological year 2022, there were about 3.3 million pounds of spotted sea trout harvested recreationally, which is represented by the blue bar that I've bracketed here. There were about 500,000 pounds of spotted sea trout harvested commercially in that same year, and that's represented by the yellow bar that's bracketed here. So we stacked those two bars on top of each other, honestly kind of like building blocks, just to give an easy visual of the combined total harvest in any given biological year, as well as to give an easy visual of the proportion of that harvest that comes from each sector. So in other words, when we add that 500,000 pounds from the commercial harvest to the 3.3 million pounds of recreational harvest, we end up with a total harvest in biological year 2022 of about 3.8 million pounds. And that's what's bracketed here. And the main thing we'd really like you all to take away from this graph is that biological year 2019 is the time series high in harvest. But in 2020, 2021, and 2022, harvest has stayed well above average. So in fact, those 4 biological years from 2019 to 2022 represent the 4 highest harvest values in the entire time series. Yeah.
This is just to revisit this point from a previous meeting. When we're looking at these numbers, does this include Virginia harvest?
This does not. This is just North
specifically
Carolina
North
harvest.
Carolina.
Yep.
Thank you.
I appreciate that clarification. So the arrows that I've added here are just pointing to the biological years in which there was a documented cold stun. We consider a documented cold stun is when cold stun fish are reported to the division, and then division staff are able to go out on site and confirm the presence of cold stun fish. So it is extremely difficult to quantify the magnitude of any individual cold stun. However, we do know that not all cold stuns are created equally. So the red arrow pointing to biological year 2022 is referencing a December 2022 localized report of cold stun fish from a very shallow branch of the North River that division staff were able to go out and confirm. So we sent staff out and there were dead fish. However, none of our water temperature loggers fell below any of the temperature triggers, and it's likely that a relatively small number of fish were affected. In contrast, if we look at the red arrow pointing to 2017, that references a widespread cold stun that was reported and confirmed in January of 2018. So this is where the biological year can get a little confusing on the graphs. Because our biological year is from March through February of the following year, cold stuns often occur in a different calendar year than the biological year. But during that 2018 cold stun, the division received reports of dead fish from many different areas across the state. Temperature triggers were met in multiple areas, and it's highly likely that many, many fish were affected. So the asterisks that I've added here on biological years 2011, 2014, and 2018 mark the years that the spotted sea trout fishery was closed through the division's cold stun event protocol that Melinda described. Closures of the fishery due to a cold stun will also span multiple biological years. So in other words, that 2018, the cold stun that occurred in January of 2018 is so that cold stun is attributed to biological year 2017 because January of 2018 falls in the previous biological year. However, the closure of that fishery because of the cold stun is partly in biological year 2017, so the January and February portion, but mostly in biological year 2018, so from March through June 15th. To address that overlap, I've just added the asterisk to the biological year that's most affected by the harvest closure. Really, the main point there is that, again, we haven't had a significant cold stun since calendar year 2018, which has helped spotted sea trout abundance remain high despite the high harvest that we've seen in recent years. So we do, as Lee mentioned in his portion of their presentation, we do see that high abundance in our independent sampling. So here we're just looking at the nominal spring and fall indices, which are calculated from our independent gillnet survey. Spring is the top left graph and fall is the bottom right. And in both figures, we see year along the bottom and relative abundance of spotted sea trout per set on the Y or that vertical axis. So the spring index is April through June, and the fall index is September through November. The circles on the line in 2003, 4, 10, 14, 15, 18, and 22 are all marking those years with documented cold stuns. Open circles mark cold stun years where the fishery was not closed, and closed circles represent the cold stun years that the fishery was closed by proclamation. So sampling in our independent gillnet survey, again, as Lee mentioned, paused for COVID in 2020 and did not resume again until July of 2021, which means that in that spring index, we have a 2-year data gap, and in the fall index, we have a 1-year data gap. However, the 2019 and the 2022 relative abundance values from the spring index represent the 2 highest relative abundance values in the time series. Similarly, we see high abundance in the fall index in 2019 and 2021. However, that abundance value does come down a little bit, but it's around the time series mean in 2022. So I wouldn't call that decrease necessarily a cause for concern at this point, but it does just kind of underscore some of the things or some of the ways that we use these indices in between stock assessment updates. And I can't, Steve did mention this during his presentation, but I cannot emphasize strongly enough that this survey, this is a stratified random survey, which is designed to estimate trends in abundance for multiple fish species. It's not designed to mimic a commercial fishing operation and is not designed to catch as many spotted sea trout as possible. We're looking for those trends. So we talked today about how spotted sea trout harvest and effort has remained high since the last year of the most recent stock assessment, and we've talked about how spawning stock biomass was also very high in that final year. And then we've also talked about the range of reductions necessary to end overfishing and touched on some of the things that we look at in our annual fishery management plan update and how those can help us think about the spotted sea trout stock between stock assessments. But next, I'd like to share some of the projection scenarios that our stock assessment team, specifically Laura Lee, have put together. Projections are where we model estimates of spawning stock biomass into the future under some assumed mortality, fishing mortality, natural mortality, and recruitment conditions. So I'll start by going over some of those assumptions. Recruitment simply refers to the number of fish that are available to become a part of the population, or of the spawning or fishing population. So recruitment depends on a variety of factors, including spawning stock biomass and a variety of environmental factors. And it tends to be highly variable from year to year. So for today, we'll just focus on that more recent recruitment, specifically the median of the last 5 recruitment values from the stock assessment, which is the green line in the figure here. And the green dots in that figure are the specific years that went into calculating the value of that line. We'll also look at 3 different levels of spotted sea trout fishing mortality. Fishing mortality is just the rate at which fish are removed from the population by fishing interactions. So the peer review panel recommended using an adjusted F rate, fishing mortality, we also call it F rate for the terminal year of the stock assessment, which is based on the fishing mortality values from 2017 to 2019 that were estimated in the stock assessment model. So this is the F value that's used to determine stock status. It was the F value that represents the fishing mortality rate used to determine the overfishing status. And it's also the value that was recommended by that independent peer review panel for management and the one that we use to calculate those harvest reductions. So that value is specifically 0.75, and we'll call that F 2017 to 2019. F threshold is 0.60 and represents what the fishing mortality rate would be if harvest is reduced to that threshold. So F threshold would represent the 19.9% reduction in harvest, which is the lower end of the range that Melinda mentioned earlier, and it's the minimum harvest reduction that would end overfishing. F target, which is 0.38, represents the fishing mortality rate if harvest is reduced to the target level. So F target would represent a 53.9% reduction in harvest, and that's the upper end of the range that Melinda mentioned earlier. So using those recruitment and fishing mortality assumptions that I outlined in the previous slides, we projected spawning stock biomass through 2035 in 2 different cold stun scenarios. That first scenario is no cold stuns happen over the next 12 years. Now that's a pretty unlikely scenario for a time frame that covers 12 years, but it does give us an idea of how the spotted sea trout stock might react with no cold stuns and can provide us with somewhat of a baseline best case scenario. So this figure is showing the probability of spotted sea trout spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold under that scenario of recent median recruitment and no cold stuns through 2035. So the spawning stock biomass threshold is what determines whether the spotted sea trout stock is overfished or not. So we can kind of think of this graph as showing the probability of whether we continue to not have an overfished stock. The X or the bottom axis is biological year, and the left or the Y-axis is the probability of spawning stock biomass staying above that threshold. This solid red line at 50% shows where we define likelihood of success. So if the probability of staying above the threshold falls below that 50%, we consider that that management is unlikely to succeed. And then that dashed or black line is at 75% and is a reference line. So above that line, pretty high probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold. Between the dashed black line and the solid red line, we're still above that 50%, so we still consider that a good probability of success, but we're getting into territory where we should, perhaps be a little more cautious and ask a few more questions. So then finally, that blue line is the probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold each year under the 2017 to 2019 fishing mortality rate. This purple line is that same probability, so spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold over time, if we were to reduce F to the threshold fishing mortality rate. And then finally, this black line is the probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold if we reduce F to the target fishing mortality rate. So the main takeaway from this graph is really that spotted sea trout are resilient. Even under that F 2017 to 2019 rate, which if you remember is, at that rate where overfishing is occurring. But even at that rate, there's a pretty good chance of spawning stock biomass staying above the overfished threshold. So this figure, I'm not going to walk through the lines one by one every time, I promise. This figure is very similar to the previous one, except now that left or y-axis is the probability of spawning stock biomass being above the target level instead of the threshold. And if you remember, currently that's where we are right now. Spotted sea trout spawning stock biomass is above the target in the terminal year of the stock assessment. So maintaining that high spawning stock biomass can allow the stock to be more resilient to fishing pressure, cold stuns, or any other factors that might impact mortality. And what I'd really like you to take away from this graph is that the target levels of F result in a great probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the target. But while threshold levels of F do dip below that 75% dash line, but they still result in a pretty good probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the target. However, under the F 2017 to 2019 fishing mortality rate, the probability of staying above the target is much lower and dips well below that 50% threshold. So in other words, under that F 2017 to 19 fishing mortality rate, it's less likely the spotted sea trout population remains at the levels that we currently have. So our second scenario is if one big cold stun occurs. And we put that in 2025, which is early in that projections time frame. So we're still using that same median recruitment value and then projecting how spawning stock biomass would react under the same three F rates. So here we're back to looking at that probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold, or again, that probability of the stock not being overfished. This time under that one big cold stun scenario. So the bottom or x-axis is still biological year. Left or y-axis is still that probability of spawning stock biomass being above the threshold. And then the color of the line corresponds to fishing mortality rate. Target is in black, threshold is in purple, and that F 2017 to 19 rate is in blue. We can really see the effects of that cold stun in 2025. We have large dips in the probability of spawning stock biomass staying above the threshold at both the threshold and the F 2017 to 2019 rates. In fact, the only rate that stays at that high probability is the F target. The probability of spawning stock biomass recovering to above the threshold level, however, remains pretty high, long-term at least, under all of those scenarios. So again, I go back to this really shows how resilient this stock is. So this is that same large cold stun scenario, except now we're looking at, we're back to the probability of being above the target on that y-axis or that left axis. So the effects of the cold stun are even more drastic here, and you can see them at every single fishing mortality level, including that F target. And again, I think it's important to note that currently the spawning stock biomass that we see is above that target level. And then again, retaining that abundance really increases the probability that the stock will recover back to that level after a cold stun. So under the F target and the F threshold fishing rates, or the black and the purple lines, the probability of the stock recovering to a level above the target it's high. Under that F target rate, it approaches 100% probability long term. And even under the F threshold rate, the probability of spawning stock biomass being above the target comes back to just under that 75% dashed line. Under the F 2017 to 2019 fishing mortality rate, however, that probability does drop quite drastically with the 2025 projected cold stun, and it really never approaches that the 50% probability line of where we kind of define success after that. So I fully recognize that those graphs contained a lot of information. They're probably not the simplest graphs that we've ever put in front of y'all. So I would like to provide just a brief summary of key conclusions. So I think the biggest takeaway here is that the spotted sea trout stock is very resilient, especially if mortality from fishing is not excessive and recruitment remains sufficient. Currently, spotted sea trout spawning stock biomass is, again, I feel like a broken record here, but it is well above the target spawning stock biomass level. However, that F 2017 to 2019 fishing mortality rate is higher than any other fishing mortality rate in the last 10 years. So in other words, that currently that fishing mortality rate is higher than what got us to the spawning stock biomass that we see in the final year of the assessment. Reducing harvest to at least 19.9% or up to 53.9% would get F back in the range of fishing mortality that got us to the high spotted sea trout spawning stock biomass that we're currently enjoying today. So I do want to just finish up with a quick reminder of what the tentative next steps are for spotted sea trout. And again, as Melinda mentioned, tentative is probably the key word there. Currently, we're working on the draft of Amendment 1, and while I am sure that the two of us will be back in front of you at least a time or two between now and next May, it won't be until May of 2020, your May 2024 business meeting at the earliest, that you'll need to vote on anything related to Amendment 1. So we really appreciate the opportunity to come in front of you here today. And if you all have any questions, we're happy to answer them. But I've also included our contact information, so feel free to reach out if you think of them after today.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Any questions from anybody at this point? Yeah, yes, Commissioner Rader.
Again, excellent presentation. You guys are together giving us a real treat here. Although quite a load of fishery nomenclature for
yes.
new and old commission members. So the question has to do with whether there is grounds for speculation in the FMP about climate effects on these longer-term processes, and particularly whether the patterns in recruitment might be more variable in the future under what's known about current trends and water temperature and other things. And the same thing about distribution and abundance patterns, and for that matter, about stock distribution and scale. And so I think it would be, and maybe also about habitat dependencies going forward. So I don't know whether it's the intention to include an identification of those likely areas of increasing uncertainty and management efficacy in the FMP draft or not, but I think it would be useful to do so. You have thoughts about those questions?
I mean, I definitely tend to agree that it would be, very useful to think about those and kind of things to keep an eye on and to think about. I think even with cold stuns, it's probably likely that moving forward, we, the general idea with weather that I consistently hear is, we can expect perhaps less but more variable weather. So like a cold stun, we might see them less often
I
But
think that's right. The
the ones
the
we see-
directional average would be warmer, and the extremes both ways would be more frequent.
Exactly.
And more extensive. And so
Exactly.
it'd be, it's not clear if that means fewer, less severe cold stuns in the short term.
Yes. Yeah, well, I was actually going to the potential of when they happen is they're probably going to be more severe. So yeah, I think basically exactly. But yeah, I think that's absolutely worth exploring, and we can certainly do that.
Great, thank you.
Great. Anything else? Thank you for your presentation. Looking forward for your work this coming year. Okay, we have finished with today's work. We will meet back here tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you all. Have a good evening.